Hi guys, nice to see you. So we're at day 20 from the court case, so I'm actually really excited about what we will see today. So what I know is that both teams got summoned by the judge, and according to the timetable, Amber has like 8 hours left and a bit, and Johnny 18 hours. So Amber needs to hurry up with her witnesses or recalls, and Johnny still has 18 hours. So what I know is that I think Friday it will be, maybe Thursday afternoon, that I will do the end of it, and then Friday the jury is going to deliberate what is or who will be the winner. Like in this case, somebody actually need to be the winner. There's no draw. So I hope it will be a little bit more excited than last Friday. Or Thursday, I reckon it was. Then just letting you know that we have a massive storm out here. So if you hear a lot of rain and winds, and that will be on my side. So I also hope everything just stay and work as it's supposed to be. Okay. Well, there is some action, so let's go and see what's going on. It's actually nice that to know that one of the people, not a deputy though, one of the people in the court heard Elaine actually saying to Amber that if she's not happy with her job, she could effing represent herself. So that was another big thing over the weekend what came out. Though they actually really said it wasn't a deputy who actually said it, otherwise they will lose their job. So I think Gianni slept in today, Monday morning, big weekend. I actually really like to know, what team are you guys on? You team Gianni or team Amber? If you actually have teams. I went over a couple of things over the weekend, and it's an interesting case because it's about domestic violence, and everything here and what they say is actually about physical abuse. And we talked about it last Thursday a little bit, but like there is mental abuse as well, and I think both sides actually being guilty on that part. Like we all have seen how Johnny reacts when he's under the influence, so that wouldn't be fun to be around. On the other hand, it's like, well, does he need to be under the influence to actually well, have a bit of a life with Amber? Hi, thank you for following. Really appreciate it. Lana is Team Johnny. Movement. So yes, you know, it's, I think the biggest thing is because of the title of the op-ed that actually talks about the sexual violence, what isn't proven at all, but the main thing was the domestic violence, what is actually a big cluster of a lot of abuse. So I'm really curious how that goes. Like, it wasn't just Amber, you know, and it wasn't just Johnny. Like, they make their, or both their lives, they make like miserable. So then we of course have seen Amber telling a lot of lies on the stand. And I had to look in that one as well. So apparently, if you be guilty on lie on the stand, what Amber did a lot of times, only the judge actually can say that they can, or there can be criminal charges. So if the judge actually doesn't say that, and because it's a civil case, most of the time they let it go, what I think it's weird. Well, it's funny you actually ask, Alana. So today I was putting like the promotion on for this case, and I actually tried to tag both sides, hashtag, and you had so much like Johnny deserves justice, justice for Johnny, and that just went on. But when I actually looked for Amber, the only thing what was actually there was Amber Heard, and the rest was all Amber Heard is a liar, Amber third, Amber is an abuser. Well, you just go on and on. There was not one actual positive things, except for the Amber Heard fans site that had less than 100 posts. So I think in the public opinion, Johnny won. Not out of the blue though. Like, I think we heard a lot of shit in this trial. It's like, gosh. And then on the other hand, like having a mental disorder or illness, what is really the same. Hi, Roxy. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see what is going on. And again, like, if, let's say, Dr. Curry is right, and Amber really is suffering from bipolar, that's really a mental illness. She can't really help herself. Oh.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
We have some exhibits to hand
Oh,
out.
that would be fantastic. That'll make Jamie's day.
So that will be a sidebar for another couple of minutes, I reckon. Well, I don't know if...
All right, we ready for the jury then? Yes. Okay.
I think when you put a story out and like I'm definitely sure not all is lies, but maybe to put extra power behind it and it actually went worse than maybe it's supposed to be. But we have to see, like, it is a hard one because nobody were there. On the other hand, like, there were so many witnesses of the normal fights when... Sorry.
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
All right.
Oh, not a doctor. Well, exactly. I think when Amber should have said, okay, I made mistakes, I wasn't always that nice, it would be different now. But she can't really go back on that, can she?
All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore, Jr.
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand upper extremity microvascular surgery.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997, so for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6. I think it was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Okay. Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I attended University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduated in 1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania.
Well, that's just his thing. Roxy. Yeah, I don't... Sorry for the rain and the noise, guys. It's a really big storm here. I don't really like the name calling anyway, and... It's like nobody was there, so that is what making this case really hard. Like, I work a lot with domestic violence victims or survivors, and they have a certain behavior, and even though not everybody is the same, like Amber has some things that are questionable. Okay, And I think especially for domestic violence victims, and I had to talk with several about this case as well. And for them, it's really hard to see because they actually really went through it. And although we weren't there, so we can't actually say yes, it happened, or no, it did not happen. I'm sure there were a lot of things actually happening, but it goes both ways. So I'm actually really interested in what more witnesses will come to actually support both their stories.
It's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels to reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. It's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship, and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor, and so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery.
So did something happen to our hands?
American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination, and if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you
So
submitted
then
a list
just a
of cases
question,
over 6
guys,
months
but
to the board, and they picked
why
12 cases, and then you gathered up 10.
are you
and
going
went to
or look
Chicago
for medical
and had an oral examination based on those
attention
cases.
for your finger,
And if you
but
passed the oral examination,
not
you were board
for
certified.
sexual assaults?
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added
Like you would
qualification?
say that
So in the
bleeding
in the
badly
event that you
in
elect
that
to-
area would
to
be
do a fellowship in subspecialized hand
a
surgery is
thing
one of the,
you actually
want
want to have medical
you can,
attention for.
Apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was, over the weekend, I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, a bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had a cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
Have you published in your field?
I have.
In peer-reviewed literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, now we get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed, just general categories of information, have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So
There we go.
So a tremendous amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and
It's
Los
about
Angeles,
his finger.
texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
And so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Well, it was a bit confusing,
when I ask
wasn't
you
it?
those questions, do
Because
you
it's
agree
her
to answer
witness.
my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not
Apparently
answering
not.
any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
No.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described.
So how
injury
can you
pattern
say
or
no
in
when
the,
it's not?
The clinical photographs? And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and just break down a few things? You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
Okay, so I'm originally from the Netherlands.
Flat, like this, across, and maybe even.
Where are you guys from?
Of the bar, like this.
Which side was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
The back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
I'd just appreciate it.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin.
So at the moment
shark?
I'm in Australia.
Correct.
Fair. And what is the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay. So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
The
And
windmills.
you also mentioned a term
doing
that I'd like you to
wonders.
explain to the jury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on x-ray that we saw. The fracture is a we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters, so there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So
how did it get
comminuted
crushed?
fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
And what was the basis, other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis?
He's going to say
your
he
opinion
smashed
that
his finger with
hand
his
was
phone.
resting palmar side
With a
down
phone.
on
Well,
the bar?
that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position where the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail. And the nail was really not injured. And so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up Exhibit DX369, page 26? Your Honor, this is admitted. Ask for permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moore, is this
That's bloody
one of the
nasty,
images that
isn't
you
it?
reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us, in relation to your expert opinion on the cause of Mr. Depp's injury, tell us what you see in this picture, please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck the finger. You would expect more of
Not really.
this level of injury rather than isolated
Like
to the palmar
here,
aspect.
it's on the sides.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact. You can't necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better profile of that. And the nail's not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor, I'm going to try to summarize what you just said. Are you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top, that there would be an immediate impact to the fingernail bed?
That's correct.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144? Your Honor, this has been admitted as
If
well.
you guys can stand blood, don't watch.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore, I believe you mentioned just a few minutes ago that there were other pictures
Guys,
that
that's
showed
bloody nasty, people.
more of the nail. Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And explain to the jury, again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above?
Yeah, again,
I'm a
the
bit
mechanism
disagreeing
described
here.
would have almost certainly led to
So if you
severe
lay your
nail
finger
injury.
flat, couldn't it hit from the sides?
It's a
What are your
polymer tissue
opinions?
loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed, and in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Just a quick one, guys, and just let me know what you think. But have you ever, like, peeling potatoes and then sliced your finger, and then you actually hold it on the top? Yeah, you slice your finger and your nail is perfectly fine, and the rest is just bloody and blood splashing out, and I don't know what, but the nail is still fine. So does it work differently here, or
Permission to publish these as a
no?
demonstrative
Or
to the jury.
you guys think it's actually really impossible to
09 and 10.
get that kind of wound?
9 and 10. Could you go and also so plaintiff can see it? Okay, any objection to 09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 09, 010 can be published.
Dr. Moore, what are these?
Oh,
pictures
actually,
of?
I
So,
almost
these are
agreed.
X-rays
It was
of the,
really
injured tissue.
nasty.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane
It's
looking
splintered,
through the finger
though,
in this
you
direction,
see?
and one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone, and there's also a transverse fracture
I'm
at that
definitely
level,
sure he will blame the
which
foe.
runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the X-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture without the associated
So when does it?
other injuries that
Please,
we would
doctor,
anticipate.
enlighten
And in your
us.
decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that
You guys hear that? He
squeezes the finger
actually,
between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type of injury.
but
In the statements
I
of
will
Mr.
pause
Depp,
it for a second. Here, I love this part. So he's actually saying, so when you hit your finger in a door or between doors or something is cracking it, your nail turns almost directly blue or black, or you see multiple colors. Okay, that's what he testified like 5 minutes ago. And now he's actually saying that he can't fracture it like that. The only way is if he had hit or be between two parts, like a car door or things like that. But then shouldn't his nail be black and blue as well? Just asking.
that you reviewed, how did he describe
Sorry for the interruption.
what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe He said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the
yeah, but in her
physicians,
witness
did a good job of
statement,
documenting
she
the
said
presentation,
that
the appearance of the wound.
the finger got cut off by throwing the phone or something.
And there were
So
no
I
other
think I
associated
heard
injuries elsewhere on
now
the hand.
4 different stories about how
I
he
just want to
lost
step back
that
for 1
finger
minute.
top.
Michelle, can you pull up the next page
God.
of the X-ray here?
It's so confusing.
Thank you.
I
And
think
Dr.
the
Moore, just before we
jury
move on
has
from
it as
X-rays,
well. Like we have
can
heard
you- I
like
know
4
this,
different
when
stories.
It's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments.
It has to be done with some force,
and
though.
With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that
It's
down.
weird, isn't it?
Thank
All
you.
those witnesses, everybody will tell
back
different
to
stories.
To
Like,
the
come
glass.
on.
In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments and the tip of the finger's cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation
Not really,
in the medical records from the hospital in
Yeah,
Australia?
I agree,
Yes.
Roxy.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from
Like
the wound?
what he
No.
says, if you
What
smash it,
about
there's
any glass near the site
coloration,
of the
but
injury?
the fracture has to be
No.
done
What
because
about any glass in other parts of the hand?
it really,
No.
it
What
was
about
fractured
any
that
glass in any
badly.
of the other fingers?
But his nail would
Is there
have
any
been
reference at all, Dr. Moore,
black
that
as
you've
well.
seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
But I have seen it though.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound doesn't really
Yeah,
appear
I
to be
don't.
a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which
So
is a
it's
term
a
I had never
sharp
heard
glass.
before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and
I think so.
and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the
I
tissue's
also
actually,
think it really depends on
pinched or
like how many
pulled
of
away,
us actually
rather than
hit their
sliced
hand
or
on
cut.
broken glass. Like,
and it's not uncommon.
believe me,
with
I did
crush
it
injuries to
several
see
times, but I have one cut and not
in your
multiple as
decades
well.
of practice,
So
Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that
not
results
really
from an object
believable,
thrown,
is it?
from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
But then as
Michelle,
well,
can you
like
please pull up
people,
Exhibit
we're talking
369,
about like
page
7
12?
years ago.
This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right, we publish to the jury.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand
Well, to be
injuries over the
honest,
course
I
of your career,
actually
correct?
thought when they
Correct.
said they will bring up a
What
doctor
is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
that it will be
So we describe that
the
as
doctor
Objection
who
calls for
actually
speculation.
said
The picture
that
has changed.
she has scar
Which one,
tissue in her nose. but then by using drugs, cocaine, what Amber also admits she
What is that on
used,
Mr. Depp's hand?
will give
So
you
that's
scar
that's
tissue in your
a
nose as
plaster
well.
splint.
Overruled the judge.
So how?
Sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
I'm
Thank you,
sure
Dr.
they would have.
Cross-examination.
Yeah. Oh yes, Camille is up. I'm a big fan of Camille. Didn't matter whose lawyer she
Dr.
is.
Moore.
Good morning.
Like, I just love her.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both,
Uh-oh.
including turning and resting the hand on the
There
edge.
we go.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
I don't like lawyers, but even
Well,
I want to be her.
Even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the
I'm
nail
just a
vulnerable.
team
That's not my
Camille.
question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well,
And there his
believe that
testimony goes
as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they
straight
were
out of
slightly
the window.
or slightly curled over, I think, was the description that I gave.
Oh,
Your description in this courtroom
God.
was that it was laying flat, and I think
her
you've done that not
experts are
twice. But in your
shocking.
deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled, or could have been curled.
Overruled.
Yeah,
So
answer the
that's
question.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Well, it wasn't flat, nice. Oh, did you guys see that? So
Is it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the
watch
bottle came
this
from the
area
off-angle-
of the body. So
Yes.
smashing the
consider that
lips
in rendering
and
opinions today, correct?
swallowing multiple
Yes, I believe he
times,
stated that it came
It's a
from
part of
between 6 and 10 feet.
being really
I
nervous
think it
and
was
starting
off
to be
I think he
nervous.
demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Okay. So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
I love
Dr.
me.
Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your
Alana,
billing
go
rate
to
for
med
providing
school.
trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
What?
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical
We will
records
catch
for
a
review.
we will catch a
But you
swallow,
weren't in
people.
Australia with
I was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in Australia, no.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
Correct.
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between two opposing firm
Shouldn't
surfaces.
be
Yes?
the nail
Yes.
black.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger. Yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance
I
of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, again, I
Yes or
I
no?
can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, if a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And you were under oath, correct?
correct.
Uh-oh.
And that was on March 22nd, 2022. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ew. It still doesn't make any sense though. Like, if it would have been a crushing thing with a foreign object, a bloody nail would be black and blue as well.
Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition?
But I'm not
Specifically
not
line
that kind
17.
of doctor anyway.
(163). Actually, apologies, 164. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
rule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though.
2.
So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's well.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
I
Well,
don't
the
know
definitive
about
injury is
you
a crush
guys, but
injury,
if I'm
but
in the
again,
jury,
I can't say. I mean, I think
bloody
it's-
hell,
I
my
think
headache
that-
would
that it's
get a migraine by now.
quite likely that
And
the
we
initial,
just started.
mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door is pushed,
But,
and the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
But
I
then
think it's
the
important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what
God.
caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the alleged.
No, that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based
That's
on an
it.
understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient, yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr.
Oh,
Kipper's deposition testimony
God,
informing
man.
your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh. Well, she is right though. Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? So what do you guys think happened to that finger? And then on the other hand, like he is actually saying, oh, you would pull your hand away. But let's be honest, like if you were really intoxicated, okay, and under the influence of cocaine or whatsoever, you're not really fast in reacting, are you?
let's start over because it's important the jury hears this. So informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
He is coming back now. Well, there you go.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Now, what's it now?
And
Kitchen?
you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence.
They're making it really easy for bloody Johnny's
And
lawyers
it
to
may
actually
be published, please.
tackle all their witnesses, or most of them anyway.
That would help.
Yes. I just have a blank screen at the moment. There we go. Oh, start something.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do
In
you see
tissue.
that broken vodka bottle in
put
the
it
back
in?
corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Who puts it in the tissue though?
Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect. Yes, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817 that was just shown to the witness, please? And can you blow up that what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, what, based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Oh,
You can take that down.
doesn't really look
Dr.
like a
Moore,
small bottle.
Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony, and she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Yes, thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion, but because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Oh, then it's possible. What? So
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition?
He is so not important anyway.
Yes.
Sorry, guys,
Objection,
but
Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
like, so
She only.
he can't cut the finger off without
Ms.
the
Vasquez
nail
asked
bed
you a
getting
question,
black
she
and
read your
blue.
answer, trying to
But
impeach you, but she only read
you
half
actually
of the
can
answer. So
get
I'm
the
gonna read
door
whole
or your
answer
finger between the
to
door
jury, and
without
I'm
that
gonna ask you to tell
happening.
me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay.
Weird.
The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is The question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
That
Dr.
was
Spiegel?
a quick $5,000.
All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Another doctor. So we're listening to this for almost an hour. It's 50 minutes. And we still don't have a clue. I just don't like, okay, if we talk about justice and why do we always have like expert for each side of, like, we still don't know. Maybe there should just be, like, if you want to have an expert, there is one person who actually witness or go and do research over everything, and that person will testify, and then it doesn't really matter on which side it is, because you get paid through, well, let's say both, or I don't know what, or through the court system, or or something like that. So that you have just one expert opinion. Like, and even then, like, experts are always contradicting each other. It's like, well, you learned the same things, didn't you? I'm actually pretty happy I'm not in that jury. So maybe this is the nose doctor. Tell us how the scars got into her nose. I'm actually really excited to hear more about the nose. Like, I never ever broke, hold on, a bone in the body except for my nose. And I think I broke my nose like 4 or 5 times, or even more. People, you know how you look when you break your nose? Well, I used to do a lot of makeup, but no way I could get those bruises away. And the bruises, that's one thing. It's like you can't even open your eyes. You're like, ugh. And then your nose is like this big. It heals nicely. It takes like a couple of weeks to actually get back in shape, but and then you still see it. And then I almost don't have any scar tissue in the nose though. You just see the breaking point in So yeah, but that's what I said as well. Like, if you do drugs, and especially cocaine or any drugs you sniff, you will have scar tissue as well. Like, and that's really on the inside of the nose. So actually the little nose wall, that's where you get the scar tissue, especially when you use drugs. Like when you break your nose, it's most of the time up here, not even there, because that's just wound, but just in your bone. So, but let's see what kind of doctor this is. Like the last one was like, God, and thank you for showing the picture. That was really nasty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please tell the jury your full name and business address?
And there's Elaine.
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And,
Huh.
and where do you work? Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work
Psychiatrist.
at Norfolk General Hospital, which is
Okay, now I can actually tell if somebody is
How many
right or
years
wrong.
have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today, I've been in physician practicing.
That's almost 30
That's 30
years.
years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get, whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with the treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work
Is that
is
a week
divided
or a
between,
month?
Consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So I believe we will talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call with
I will pause him for a second. So what he's actually doing is taking everything, what we always take, by the way, under advice. Like we always ask for history or family history with mental health. But to only assess and make a diagnosis out of that, and he does the clinical interview as well, but he is actually saying it pretty weird. So I'm really curious
on an either
what's
Saturday
going
or
on there.
Sunday meeting. I have to be in the hospital and round, that's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice.
We're going back
and
to
so
the alcohol
probably
and
3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes, put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
Okay. And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning
there we go
attention,
again.
concentration, memory,
That
ability to
Johnny
control your
Depp
behavior,
uses
as
too
well
much
as your
alcohol and
overall,
drugs.
level of functioning.
We
It
know.
can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess at those 50%,
I think Dr.
probably
Hughes is out of the
25%
window.
of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
So how many psychiatrists are they actually calling? Or are they now actually asking a male about intimate partner violence? Like how many, sorry, but normally in a case, like how many psychiatrists do you actually need to come up with what is going on? You know?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study, of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that we'll see perpetrators of partner violence, and they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
Leading.
Overruled.
Thank you. As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient, yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background, beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
And
I'm also fellowship board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
okay. And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So
I love that. Like, if you're actually a jury, I really want your opinion, and you're sitting there and you're listening to it. do you actually really care where somebody had their internship? Like, I would be sitting there like, where? Oh, yeah, that's really interesting. Like, the only thing I need to know is if you're qualified, yes or no, to actually testify. Like, who cares about the other things?
In those two fields?
So board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other.
That's a lie, by the way. Board certification is if you actually want to. So you can be board certified, cost you it's just costing a lot of money, and you actually don't need it. But on paper it's really, really nice. So again, it doesn't matter if you're a board certified professional. Like, you need to be licensed, okay? You need to have the right qualification. Nobody cares. Only they care because it's actually standing nice on paper.
I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but come on.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching, oh yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So we round together, and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents, to the third, second, and first year medical students.
And then still, I would actually like to know, why do we need another psychiatrist now?
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia?
Hands-on training with the residents?
With psychiatrists.
Oh, yeah. So, again, I'm teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn. And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students. So every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and residents.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
Have you published in your field?
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts, and I have my own book on catatonia and the consultation liaison setting. I have a book chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
And have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm a reviewer on. I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor-in-chief of, at this point, of clinical neuropharmacology.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second-year medical students, third-year medical students. So I am fully aware of.
I actually really like if we just can get like one witness who actually
have you published and lectured on the causes and effects
saw
of
the
intimate
abuse
partner abuse?
I'm not talking
Yes,
about
I
the
punctured,
mental now.
I
I'm
believe,
talking
2
about the
articles on
physical.
effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
Yes, there's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if I can just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Your Honor, I move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison
psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty?
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service
medical
have
illness
tried to take their own life, and unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just the medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So, as a
So we're talking
subset of your
physical
trauma patients,
and mental
which
at
you
the
say are
moment.
about 50% of your practice. As a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's about 20% that suffer from intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical trials, or what are you saying? Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles, yes.
So you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV, although temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
Yeah, but then we're talking
And
about
I'm
like...
part of that book.
Oh, please.
Temporal mandibular disease.
That means
deals
no.
with
Okay.
Problems with the jaw,
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporomandibular?
So temporomandibular disease is a problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of oral issues where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, too, thank you.
Didn't hear it, but there we go. So, you haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV?
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specific.
Like, I don't think that's really fair. If you look at dissociative illnesses and disorders, then we are actually talking about people who got abused from a really, really young age. Okay, most of the time this happens when you have a child who's getting severely abused. That the mind is actually making more personalities to survive and to protect. So when you talk then about IPV, yeah, of course it can happen, but
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall, intimate partner violence is part of trauma, and the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be at the hands of an intimate partner.
Right, but you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is, actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if
like you can actually put a lot under trauma, okay? Trauma isn't just IPV. Trauma are MVAs, so motor vehicle accidents. That's a large number, actually the largest. Then you have veterans and active military who are dealing with trauma. Natural disasters is a big trauma event as well. So the moment a psychiatrist or psychologist or any mental health professional is testifying about trauma and about domestic violence or intimate partner violence in a trauma related area, that isn't that huge number. Like, I think people really, if we're talking about trauma, need to understand the whole cluster, what we actually see as trauma. And when we are actually interviewing people or testing people to see if they have PTSD, it's a whole cluster. And because of that, we also, most of the time, don't get me wrong, most of the time actually know when a person is lying about their PTSD. Because PTSD has the test has a lot of questions, but some are about an accident, some are about IPV, some are about natural disaster, and the questions and especially the clinical interview is actually based on that. So you wouldn't have all those symptoms. So having a questionnaire, for example, from 20 questions, and then you have 18 questions in the 4-star period, like that's most of the time, so almost every day, that means it's almost impossible to actually have that, or you went through all the traumatic events that are there. So there is a big difference, okay, in trauma and between different kinds of traumas. They're not all the same, and therapy or to get over PTSD has to be in different ways. It really depends where you got your trauma from. And for him throwing, and I also didn't really like it with the bipolar, it's like not every bipolar person is actually really violent against their partners. But
Those numbers add up
let's
like
listen
that?
on.
Because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice. That's being rather specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now, and publications. And
I said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed, actually, you go to PubMed right now and Google, not Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most updated version, because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically?
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
Right.
The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all?
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, sir?
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you're trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of
I
trauma.
disagree with that.
Don't thread it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's in it as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, at our request, what have you reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more
So
general.
it's a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry, other physicians' medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went
Why
to.
do you need 5 psychiatrists to do the
messages.
same testing
Depositions.
or to review other ones' testing?
Snippets of,
So
the UK
till you
trial.
actually get one psychiatrist to actually say what you want to hear. Is that how it works?
Sure, pictures of
What's
physical
your guys'
injuries,
ideas
so
about
I've
this?
seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos? things?
Yes, so I've seen the videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Ms. Heard while having a wine glass in his, with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
Can also have the one on Dr. Hughes. I just don't understand. People, please, why you come up with a psychiatrist in your first, bloody week? Like, that was the first witness, almost one of the first witnesses, wasn't it? And then you go have another psychiatrist who's going over the work of the psychiatrist you hired in the first place. But okay, let's be honest, like, she got shuffled. And now we get another psychiatrist who has to go over one psychologist. I reckon, I think Dr. Curry was the psychiatrist, was she? A forensic psychologist. Really, you just come up with as many psychologists and psychiatrists till you actually have somebody to say what you want to hear. It doesn't, like, if I was the jury, I would be like, my God, why? Why again? Like, how many psychiatrists do you need? And then in a couple of minutes, you have 3 mental health professionals with 3 different diagnoses and explanations. Doesn't make any sense. What do you think? And to be honest, like, I really agree. I think I can, by the way, fast forward here. Like, I was talking too much anyway. So we can skip the sidebar.
Yes, I've reviewed I'm sorry. Yes, so I've reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I've reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I've reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you request to interview?
I requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects.
Believe me, guys, this isn't about the
and
physical
substance use.
abuse.
That
It will
include
be about
mood,
the mental
behavior,
abuse.
cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
no.
Okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that could be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right?
Like I like
And
this.
they're reading it not quite the way
Because
the
there is a
psychiatric word
point
supposed to
when
go.
you look
So
at
please,
all
when
the
I'm talking about
testimonies.
this, I need
But
to understand,
he
one,
haven't
that that's
actually
what's going
talked
on.
to
As
Johnny.
I told you about intimate partner violence.
So he
It's horrible that anyone
haven't
would
talked
strike
about his
anyone,
behavior,
okay?
what
But
he's
again, we're
doing.
talking
He
about
didn't
repetitive
actually
behaviors
went
for means
through
of
all the
control.
criteria with him as
So
well.
that's real important to understand when you're moving
Okay,
forward. I
so
may
it's
say
nice that
substance
he
abuse,
is
but what I'm
throwing
referring
all
to
the
is substance
psychologists
Objection beyond the
crap
scope of
to
the
you,
question.
but
Sustained. Next question.
Okay.
like
Dr. Spiegel, could you
if somebody
please
actually
just
say to
summarize
me
for
that
the jury
somebody
the
is
conclusions you came to with your opinions,
overusing
and then we'll
things,
take you through the
I
specifics.
can say, oh,
So, in my
clinical
opinion,
seeing,
based
in
on
my
a
opinion,
review of the evidence,
there I go.
based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator. of
How do
intimate
you
partner
know? Were you
violence.
there? Did you actually ask?
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So, Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol, we are talking about amphetamines, we are talking about marijuana, we are talking about cocaine, we are talking about LSD, we are talking about ecstasy, we are talking about opiates, we are talking about prescription benzodiazepines, and we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin in Iran. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote-unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down, this medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in a review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included, that both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So, again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, and inpatient psychiatry, bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings, and our brains, substance of abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting.
If you don't have a clue,
there is no control over what makes it to our brain.
you would actually sympathize with this man.
It is not the persona.
What do you guys think?
Okay? It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects, and that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser? Can you explain
Leaving your
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So, if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist that evaluated Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them, and that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that.
It would be very bad if he actually showed to have the beginning of dementia or Alzheimer's.
2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, again,
I remember a couple of those, but wasn't he making fun about Amber's lawyers?
Level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly.
Although I do agree that your
What, if
brain
any,
capacity
anything did
is
you
actually
observe
getting
on the
lower
record
when you
evidence
use too
about Mr.
much.
Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So,
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's
Overruled.
Thank you.
so again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there. And that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
But he wasn't
any,
there. He didn't do any clinical assessment face to face. It's hearsay, and what Johnny Depp or witnesses actually said. I don't
Again, there were
like
reported times where
people
he was
diagnosing
essentially,
people
quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk
without
not
actually
being able to remember
sit
what
down.
he did, which is, again, if you look at the record
Then again, he
evidence,
has a big
you
problem
will see
with
that-
drug and alcohol.
and
But
this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that.
Come on.
Which is basically, if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? No, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month, we had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection relevance.
Just giving an example.
Overruled.
Combining the two substances together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can
so according to him, every time when you're drunk and you black out, you're having a stroke. What the?
So
What is he
and
saying?
that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at minimum, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
So he had like
Thank you, Dr.
8,000
Spiegel. What, if
strokes
any,
during his
correlation
lifetime.
is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So, the risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence, okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out, okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on, okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them. Even though sober, and I've seen it in with Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more. But inevitably, will make us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out could be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering, control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Bretterhoff, I assume you have.
I have quite a bit more.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back.
Okay, well, just before I will correct myself another thing, you actually, like, he isn't completely wrong, okay? So, the moment we actually drink a lot and using drugs, it's really hard to control ourselves. But here comes the funny thing. If we are really struggling to control ourselves because we're drinking or are intoxicated and under the influence of drugs, and we get angry and we just lash out, because that's the whole thing. Like, we can't control ourselves, we're drunk. How is it possible that he actually controls himself all the time, except when there is nobody there? Because when you are drunk and under influence and of drugs, and that's what the dear doctor just said, you don't know. You don't care. It's like a door is closing in front of your face and you just go for it. So all the times, and we heard like weeks of testimonies of his alcohol and drug abuse, how he is, what he smashes, but never is there one witness who actually have seen he hit the girl. How? Because if what the doctors say is true, and to be honest, I agree with him, because alcohol and drugs can like give us the blackouts and we don't remember and it's like a door is closing, but we act at that moment. So the moment you see the video and he is smashing everything around and she is like sucking the living, well, she is sucking the blood and from underneath his nails, that is a moment you just lash out. But he didn't. Yeah, he destroyed the house and but why? How is it possible that till now there isn't actually a person that actually saw what happened or saw Johnny hit Amber? Don't get me wrong, like, I hate situations that you actually are going through in domestic violence or intimate partner relationships. But when you talk about controlling, I've heard a lot of audio tapes, and I'm just wondering, well, doctor, didn't you hear those audio tapes? Because that is really controlling behavior. And that wasn't him. So yeah, I'm actually really wondering what else is coming. And then again, like, it is nice that we have all the files and history and videotapes and audio recordings, and from that point make an assessment. No, No, how can you make a clinical assessment over a person you haven't seen, you haven't talked to? When a person is in a witness stand, you don't hear the whole story. You don't hear the deepness of the stories most of the time. You don't hear it in this case. Johnny isn't, and Amber, by the way, as well, aren't saying the deep, really deep, buried stuff, what you normally do when you actually assess a person. So you have, with all the files, you still have just the top of the iceberg. You don't have the whole iceberg. And to actually make a diagnosis about a person, you need to see that person. You need to talk to the person. Like, how else? Then I can actually get videotapes from people's and friends, and oh yeah, there you go. I think that person is a psychopath. Well, okay. Still need to talk to that person though. Like, you can't make up your mind. You can't make a clinical decision about hearsay or things you see or hear, and it's just this, like making a normal diagnosis, and you have to go through so many assessments and ruling out and seeing what else is involved. Because normally when you have a mental health problem, let's say for example you have depression, most of the time there is anxiety as well, and this as well, and that is like, come on, normally there is a cluster of problems people are dealing with. Okay, guys, well, I will grab myself a drink very fast. I will be right back, and we have, 8.5 minutes till we get back to the psychiatrist. Okay.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, your next question.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
there we go again.
Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said through that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s, and probably due to the alcohol and substances.
Probably.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or,
okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring
Don't think
him
he said that, did he?
yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober, okay? And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And
That's
you may have
assuming, that's not
subsumed
knowing
this in,
for
but what,
sure.
if
I don't
anything, did you
like.
observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have a right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to...
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
Then he's still using
Talk about
what he heard.
Developed from the hearsay, but not repeated himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general, and he's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually what I read.
Who is on stand here? The psychiatrist and psychologist.
Blasted for was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to be heard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner, and learning to express things more rationally, rather than
first name basis as well, like
as they have been expressed.
Really.
And for that, there were a lot of negativity.
That's nice. So we all know
erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have
that Johnny is using drugs and alcohol, but
it's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it.
If he actually
was very uncomfortable,
made an assessment and watched all of them,
in terms of erratic behavior,
where's her diagnosis?
Psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
I'll sustain next question.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. Just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw on the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
yes.
Correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please explain.
So the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label, physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses it can, okay? And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect, and obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr.
What that has to do with
Spiegel,
anything.
what
Is
effect would
Johnny a
this have
dealer
on
now?
Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is a
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression, and so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosage he was taking?
Again, I was looking for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is
do we actually know what the doses he was given?
Despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic, and then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of cut downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has, and it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. It can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens, you get too much, and then you start getting irritable, you start getting agitated, okay? You start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you're talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful.
It's all the
efforts,
same, I
difficulty
reckon.
cutting
All
back,
the
using more than intended.
stories about
occupational obligations because
his
I know
alcohol and
right after
substance
the rehab on the island
abuse.
in Australia, when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson and using.
Objection beyond the scope
But-
of the question.
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence for
I'll
this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
I think
What
it's
other record evidence did you
Okay.
have supporting
like
it?
everybody is
so,
acting differently, and
Psychological using, despite the fact you know it causes known
of course,
psychological, psychiatric, or medical
like
effects.
alcohol and
That's
drugs
pretty well documented. So in
is
this
one
case,
of
you're
the
talking about
biggest
someone who has a
reason in
severe
IPV.
substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen,
But
jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country.
in different
They're two
ways.
plagues.
So
This
not
is very
everybody
serious
is
stuff we're playing
physical.
with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
And then they also
It's highly relevant. Yeah.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
It's beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this, and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to prevent you from doing this.
and then again, then you wouldn't have a stop to it. Okay? Then it would happen anyway, anywhere, anytime. So the moment he is getting annoyed, he would have slapped her at that moment when there are witnesses as well. So it's not just, oh, I'm agitated and I'm rebuilding and redecorating my own house, but I'm sane enough to actually wait till everybody is gone. Doesn't work like that, especially not with alcohol and substance abuse.
They're not saying exactly that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober, and then as a result of that, he said he got so angry he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what he overruled. Thank you. Please
Was
continue.
it overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So That is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning
But where
self
is
and
the
cutting
proof,
self. I'm
mate?
not going to get into the descriptions, but it has seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it could be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it, verbal, nonverbal, what's
I told
exactly
you guys,
emotional versus
they will
verbal,
switch over
but they're
to
all under that
mental
rubric,
abuse.
and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence, and by the way, I should start out by saying we don't expect, in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors
That you
to
lie.
see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or a subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be
That's
probably
not
having
true.
to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, is just the hitting. Again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal
Some
counseling.
actually do.
Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay? But in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
That's
In your
also
review
not
of this
really
case,
true.
Is there record evidence of
Like a
physical
lot of
violence by Mr.
victims
Depp?
actually are too ashamed,
Objection, Your Honor.
feel too guilty, so they don't come
No
forward.
foundation.
Do you want to?
Finally, after maybe they escaped the situation, then. But to be a domestic violence victim and actually go to your partner and saying, I think something's wrong, we need to see a counselor, that's just, oh, hit me in the face one more time. So a lot of them actually don't. Okay, they go into counseling or looking for help the moment they actually escaped the situation they were in. Then you have perpetrators or people, I don't like the word as well, like you have people who, for example, has been abused as kids, you know, and had some kind of form of PTSD. And sometimes, and not in all cases. Sometimes they can be aggressive as well to their partner, but feel remorse straight after. And that's the moment a person who commits IPV can actually look for help. So that he is saying that victims always go to counseling and perpetrators never, that's just not true. And he actually, like what I'm missing in his testimony, but I hope actually Johnny's team will come back at that, like why? Why is a person wanting more drugs, more medication? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening inside of his mind? So he is making an assessment of a person he never talked to. Then about the medication use or the self-medication of people struggling. And let's be honest, Johnny is actually really struggling. Otherwise he wouldn't have to self-medicate, because for him that's the only thing that works. And he did it probably from when he was a teenager or a young adult till this point. And when we listen to the testimonies, he was always a drinker, he was always smoking marijuana, and he did enough drugs, but not in the amount he's actually doing now. So what happened there? Why? Like, that are things we actually want to know as mental health professionals. Like, what happened? Like, we can review 7,000 documents and videos, and that doesn't give us a whole complete image of what is actually going on. You know, people can be anxious, they can be afraid, to especially going on stand. Then you have the things you're actually accused of, what's bothering you as well. So that's where you, that's what you're thinking about as well. So if I see a person on the stand and I'm going through the testimony, even in Amber's case, like, well, there are a lot of moments where like, yeah, right. But you just don't know how people react. So you can't make a formal diagnosis or an assessment about a person just reading transcript and watching videos. Like how? How do you do that? You just can't. And that's what Dr. Hughes did at the beginning, and that's why Camille just fluffed the floor with her, is because there are no grounds. You haven't talked to him, you haven't seen him personal. So how? How do you do that? Like, I wish I have patients that come to me and I just look at their video chats and their photos and I'm like, oh yeah, well, you're a narcissistic person. Or you have a borderline disorder. Like, what? Why? Where do I base it on? On just the testimony I just saw? It's impossible. We can review it. So we can clinical review papers, texts, audio recordings, and we come back on the audio recordings anyway. But I can't make that formal diagnosis. No way. So we can actually think like, maybe that's wrong with the person, or maybe he's struggling with this or that. But we need to talk to them.
What have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor I reviewed that correlate. So starting with the, I guess we'll start with the physical because that was a question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Where?
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012, or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was...
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
So I reviewed so Ms. Heard's...
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages,
From Amber.
depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations, and I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
You see, those
So-
guys.
It says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, by holding things financially against someone, jealousy rants, property destruction. So all that is involved, a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah.
Action leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone's career. That would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen, were brought out through that.
He's a psychiatrist.
Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that
I
Mr.
don't know if
Depp
that actually
exhibited
works.
lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
And in this case, they're
again,
really throwing it
threatening,
instead of the physical abuse
objection.
and the sexual abuse. They're
Record
now
evidence.
going to throw it
That correlates
on the
with
mental
risk factors.
abuse because that's still in the scope of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And he is
Destroying
right
furniture,
about that.
property,
But what are the reasons?
breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture.
Shit
all
in
that
the
would
bed.
go with that.
Just saying.
All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So, a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality
Yeah.
traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, that is nice, but
Okay.
he hasn't
Can you
been
explain to the
diagnosed
jury
with
what's
it.
involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
He
What, if
forgets
any,
that people who are narcissists
what, if any,
normally
traits would
don't
be
really
requiring
apologize
admiration?
or
Would that
feel
fit into it?
remorse, what he just
Yeah,
said.
yes, requiring admiration, need to be admired is part and parcel of
So-
narcissistic personality disorder.
That doesn't really...
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp?
Yeah,
being
tell us,
narcissistic?
doctor.
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him,
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Thank you. Go ahead.
the fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that.
What?
I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
This
Your Honor, can we
proceeding would go,
approach?
this court case would go through.
There's an objection, sir.
Ah, thank God. Okay, so. And that's why I really don't like people, especially mental health professionals, are diagnosing people in a stand. Okay?
What other conduct is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay. The only other thing about narcissism that I think in terms of the trial would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are
You
used to
hear
keep
that?
individuals in control.
So you
don't
need to
really
have
think about the other person. You're not really.
the lack of
So I
empathy.
think that's.
What he doesn't show, because
So
a lot of
attitudes
people.
accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you were talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them
That
gifts.
sounds like remorse,
And then when
doesn't it?
the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, you know, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad,
No.
or allopathic
That is
defense
narcissistic
where,
behavior,
you instigated
and that
it,
most
or
of the
altruistic
time
effect,
happens
where
straight
I'm
away.
doing it for you, transformative effect, that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting. During that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of, quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, you know, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along.
So first
with
it's not,
victim blaming.
then
That's
it
what
is.
sense you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
And is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor.
He is
non-responsive.
just going back to the
I think he's
sobriety
trying to-
thing.
Thank you. Please continue.
Like,
the severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happening. So as a result, she was blamed for, you know, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay, what, if any, gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able
did he
to
actually
win
listen to the
people over.
tapes?
And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator
Aren't that
claims
8 hours
that
over?
the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah, oh yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
please.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one.
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims aren't perfect, and two,
Oh, please,
it is
mate.
not uncommon in the context of being a victim.
So you can
when
actually
you know
see that.
person is about to.
Sorry, sometimes you just don't want to listen to certain people. Okay, well, that works two ways, doesn't it? So, what if Johnny is actually a victim and he responds to Amber's abuse? Really? Like, some victims who get stronger and they had enough, they fight back. But most victims, the moment that people or the perpetrator actually come to them, they won't say anything. They don't do anything. Because they're not ready to leave yet.
Imitation, reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abusers, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partner's getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual acts. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
What, if anything,
Really? Sometimes you just get a smack out of the blue and that's it.
Apologies and promises.
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, you know, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about
actually
finance.
does.
It can be bothering
And
something about your career.
for actually
Anything
victims
is liable
of
to build
domestic
up
violence,
tension when you have this framework
is just
of limited self-control,
pissing me off,
erratic,
to be honest.
intense mooching.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the
Like
promises?
normally,
I think
victims
that
of
was
domestic
almost
violence are
routine,
just too
that
afraid
after it was all
of
said and
doing
done,
things.
that he would apologize.
No, especially fighting
for
back
letting this monster
or
out,
going
this
to
anger out.
commit abuse themselves.
almost routinely.
Like you want to be as quiet as possible,
There's very well record
as
evidence of
invisible
that,
as possible,
starting as early on,
and
in
hoping
in one
that
of your
when
therapy
your partner is
returns.
coming
So,
home, he will be in a good
that's
mood.
Very common and very much occurs.
So
Recognizing
you're not
what
like
happened.
going to him
And
like,
the other
"Oi,
part of this
you
is,
ass,"
again, when you
and
can
smack him in the
recognize
face.
that when you're sober,
No,
even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule, please?
So the Goldwater Rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what was happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote-unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV.
Well, he's doing exactly the same, isn't he?
Comment about what they think their diagnoses are, and therefore it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
Rule
want to
was.
approach?
Like, come on. They actually really know that this is just because there has not been an assessment. Okay, you can't say that a person has a disorder without a proper diagnosis. And they will actually tell you that because all of the clinical papers, therapist notes from the past, family history, that they can actually say with almost that much accuracy that he actually has. No. You just can't diagnose people without assessing them. You know, you can't see everything. You don't have everything. The only thing what you have are fragments of a situation. Like in this court, you will make a diagnosis based on fragments, what you heard, what you saw. And to be honest, like if I'm hearing everything in that fragments, it's like, whoa.
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember the question? Does the Goldwater Rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
Definitely.
No, it does not.
And why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I look, then expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater Rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent, we've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here.
Tell me, please enlighten me, Doctor.
I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history.
Or in
if I
his
was just
head.
doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier you invited Mr. Depp to
yes.
give an
again,
Objection leading.
Well, to be honest,
So
like he is a
to be
bit talking
fair,
out of his ass.
for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court
I
did
wouldn't.
not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination. Thank you.
Oh, where's Camille? Uh-oh.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No. When Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was...
All right.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I think you see it a lot, and especially in court, and that's why I don't like when you have expert witness for both sides, because you just don't know what to believe. In his case,
the last thing you talked about,
you can't assess a person
was the Goldwater
without seeing
rule.
them.
Yes, sir.
Been around for
You can
almost 50 years,
assume.
right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about
That's,
Yeah.
oh,
And it's
maybe
been
this
around
is a problem, or that's a
as a
problem, or
result
this is an issue,
of
or that
a
is the issue.
presidential election
But
that
you
you
won't
referenced.
know
right. Yes.
100%
And
sure
who
without a
has that
proper
rule?
assessment.
What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule, and yes, it's ethical.
Just slowing down. So,
Yes, they're guidelines.
like, I think Amber lawyers brought it actually up, like the golden chair theory, because this is, it's exactly what happened. He is trying to diagnose a person without actually
Could you be more specific?
seeing him. It's ridiculous.
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar
And
with it.
especially, you can't
It is
say
unethical
who is
for a
the
psychiatrist
abuser
to offer a professional
without having to
opinion
talk with both.
about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
There you go.
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without a direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be
An
basically
expert
rendered
witness
null
should be
and
a
void.
neutral
The rule, in
person
fact,
as an
contemplates
expert,
that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling
and
you the
not
answer to the
go
question when you're
by
reading
the
those
person who
statements.
is actually paying
I'm
you
telling you, the
$5,000.
response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
So you just can
Psychiatrists
lie.
are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Yes.
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on expert, we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time.
But that's not the question.
Because that you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical record where their doctors rendering professional opinions.
Nah, you
so
should
at the end
see
of the
a
day,
person.
You are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have, is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes, you are, sir.
Well, I think.
Give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying, and
It
what
really
I'm reading to
depends. Like
is
what
a
I said
rule
earlier is
by your
that
organization
at this moment they know
takes into account
that the physical
that there
and
could
the
be court
sexual
orders
abuse
that permit the
is not
exact
believed
kind
by
of
the jury
evaluation that you
because
say
of all the
I'm
lies.
eliminating.
So what they're trying to do
And
now
I think we're going in circles. 'Cause
is
I think I just
throwing
said
it
that means
on mental
expert witness
abuse.
testimony
What is
would
in
not
the
be
cluster
allowed,
of
and the branch
domestic
of forensic
violence
psychiatry
or
would be
intimate
especially
partner
hindered, and we
violence.
know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that.
So
I am a member of the APA.
in
that
that
doesn't
case,
necessarily mean every single
there
thing they
is
put in there,
evidence
everybody has to
because
uncategorically agree
we
with,
all
'cause
saw
clearly
that sometimes
that's
he
not the
behaves
case.
like a
Did you
dick.
agree in your deposition that the
But
the
it
professional
also
opinions
shows
you rendered were
Amber behaves like a bitch
inconsistent with the Goldwater
and
rule?
don't let him go when he wants to go
My
away.
first was
So
if we're saying
it's just not
that
one person.
If the Goldwater Rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater Rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for
Well,
Hollywood.
Amber
I'll even
actually-
take that Mr. Depp's a public figure.
I believe she actually
What I'm
really
saying to you
knows
is that the Goldwater Rule
that's a
saying
whole
we cannot do
standard
any
for
expert witness testimony
physical
in our field.
and
That is
sexual
exactly what
violence.
the Goldwater Rule is saying based on
It's
exactly
just
what
not
you
there.
read. And I'm just
And what
telling you
this man
what you are
actually
saying
said
that rule
was
encompasses.
that when
What
you
I'm asking you, sir,
are using,
did
sorry, I
you-
will lower it a little bit.
with the ethical
When you
requirements
are
of the
dead
APA
drunk and
when
under
when
influence of
rendering the
drugs,
professional opinions
that you just
that
don't
you've
know
rendered
what you do,
today.
that
Is
you
a-
black out.
It is a requirement of the APA. It is
And
not
I agree
the
till a
requirement
certain
of the
point,
APA.
but
Secondarily,
So the answer
again,
is
then
no.
he would have been abusive to Amber,
Again,
even when there were
would
people
you
around.
not-
But-
we wasted our whole morning because of an expert
And
witness
physical
before me.
abusive,
There's
or,
expert
I mean.
witnesses, everyone brought it. So all I'm saying
But there
to
is
you
no
is the whole
witness who
field
actually
of
saw
medical
him
legal law is
hitting
corrupt and
or
unethical
pushing or
for
shoving
engaging
Amber.
in an act that the
Not
APA
one
clearly
person.
says we should not
So,
do.
at
if you
this
say that,
moment,
then the answer is yes,
They're
I'm agreeing
trying
with
to
that.
change the tactics from
You're
the
agreeing
physical
that the
and
APA
sexual
would
assault
deem your
to
testimony and your
the mental
professional
assault.
opinions rendered unethical.
Again, I am saying you are saying that the whole, I'm an expert witness. I am saying as an expert witness and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater Rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
president, yes.
Well, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir.
Well,
it's not just presidents, it's not public
like,
figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after. According to your logic, if you don't,
it's
put
not
something in
that
the
he is
title, it's not
completely
true.
wrong.
That's what you told me this morning, I
But
believe,
the
at my
points he
intimate partner
tried to
panel. So
make,
what I would
what
say to you
is
then,
about Johnny,
sir,
so
is that
correlate the
if you
situation
say
to
this about
Johnny
an
Depp,
individual,
that's
again,
just not true.
any court would
Things
have to render
he is
expert
saying
witness
about a
testimony invalid.
narcissistic
Any
personality,
doctor that reviews charge
yeah,
would have
to
render
a
it
certain
invalid.
point, but
I can go on the
definitely
list of
not
docs
all
that
of
do
it.
not see or interview
Like
patients
a
directly,
narcissistic
and that's a violation. So
personality, if you
basically,
get
you are saying that unless you
abused
do a
by
direct
them,
clinical evaluation,
they would probably
then
say,
all
if
the
you
field of forensic
had
psychiatry
cleaned the
and
toilet,
all
I wouldn't
of,
have
managed
had
care
to smack you in the face.
Unethical violation because we are not seeing.
It's not that they are really
medications
saying,
all the
"Oh,
time
I'm
without seeing
so
them. We deny patients treatments,
very
unfortunately,
sorry,"
without seeing
because
them.
they're
And I'm on the
missing
receiving
that
end
part
that.
of remorse.
So the answer to your question again.
So
what
saying
you were
that
to me,
about
that
Johnny
all
and
of this
actually
is unethical, which is what you were saying.
diagnosis.
This is how I'm interpreting what
It's
you were
like,
saying.
well,
to me, that
you
unless
can't really
do
do
the
that.
evaluation
You can't
directly yourself,
diagnose a person without a proper
therefore,
assessment.
It cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how
And
that's applicable to not just
I
expert law,
agree
but
with
also
Johnny's
managed
lawyer
care
at the
and
moment.
applicable
It's
to
not
multiple branches
ethical
of medicine. Hospital
to
duration of
diagnose a
hospitalization stay
person
evaluated.
without
So,
a proper
tell me
assessment
where
and
you
just
want me to end
based on some
Well,
testimonies and
why don't
3
we-
tapes.
Why don't we talk about
How?
what you just
You just see
testified to? 'Cause
like
I didn't ask you anything
this
about that. I
bit
asked
of
you
a
whether
whole
under
life
this
what they had
rubric,
together.
Under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes or
That's
no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis
He's
occurs
getting
in the context
angry.
of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure
There we go
from,
again.
from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatric use is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me,
but
which are
that's not
diagnosis.
He actually
But
have
an
to
evaluation,
go back
if I was
there.
going to treat a patient
Like,
or anyone here,
we're now talking
those are the
about
steps I would
traits
take.
of people,
We,
narcissistic
I think,
traits and
started with the notion that this
bipolar
rule
maybe or
applies
whatsoever.
broader
Oh
than
yeah, they
diagnosis.
behave
It
like
applies
some
to professional
narcissistic
opinions.
people
you
do.
just quoted
But if you have a
professional
jury,
opinions
the only thing what they hear, oh,
relative to
that's a narcissistic
personality
person.
traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say
And
that, but I'm sure you did. And
a
therefore,
lot
what I'm
about the
saying is
expert
neither IPV
witness.
nor substance usage,
Like,
nor narcissistic personality traits are
Actually,
psychiatric
you
diagnoses. And
as
then,
an
under the
expert
rubric of
witness,
expert
if you
witness
get
testimony,
hired by one
you
of
are
the
saying,
sittings,
I acted
you
unethically
just
under the
can
rubric of expert witness
shit
testimony.
out of your
So if you,
ass.
sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are
Really,
unethical,
and just say
based
what
on
you
that,
want to
I'm
say
not gonna
and
sit here and disagree with
sound
you and waste
very
everyone's time. I think it's fairly
intelligent.
obvious. But thank you. I'll go
And
ahead.
that
These were your
shouldn't
words. I'm just saying them back how
that
they're
shouldn't be allowed.
Okay.
Like, just come with facts, and an expert has to be an
Let's start
expert
with the
no
easy
matter
question then.
which
Maybe we
side
can-
you're
pretty
on,
easy. Go ahead.
or from which side you get paid.
Okay. Sorry about that. Haven't-
He has a bit of an anger issue.
Okay.
You
Maybe
are
we
not
can
rendering
diagnose him.
any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
He has a bit of narcissistic traits then. Like, he wanted to be, and that the
No, I
jury
probably
see
would
huld a
say to
very
you that- certainly I would
intelligent
not say
high
narcissistic
person.
personalities, or I would say traits.
No, you
Certainly,
didn't.
From what I have read, intimate partner violence is not
So-
a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances. I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That
Oh,
wasn't really an issue
definitely.
at this trial. He's said it from day one.
oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's
So-
already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use.
The lawyer
disorder.
actually
Let's go
can
back
kick
to,
him
what
because
you
now
just
he actually
said
said he
about
made the
narcissistic personality
diagnosis,
traits.
what he isn't allowed to do.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis probably of narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis,
a troll assessment
5 of the 9
with
factors.
clinical
And you haven't done that
proof.
analysis.
No,
You've never
he
made
didn't.
that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And
But
did you testify in deposition
jealousy,
that the existence
thinking
of
that
traits,
you're
as opposed to the disorder,
woo, can also be a
doesn't have a
sociopath
with
or a
IPV.
psychopath? Or
if I said
so
traits do not have a correlation with the.
you
that's
know
what I
how
said,
many
I don't remember saying that, but that
antisocial
wouldn't be
personality
correct.
disorders you
Narcissism
have.
has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back
Like
this
you
up?
can't
There's a diagnosis
make a
of
diagnosis
narcissistic personality disorder.
without the assessment.
Yes, sir.
And that one
You have
is
to
tied-
test, and that's
some
followed
correlation
up
with
by
IPV,
a clinical
Narcissism
interview.
has correlation with IP. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic
He is so angry.
personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
I think my
yes
roof
or no?
is coming down,
Yes.
people.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes,
That's incorrect.
you didn't testify that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include, cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits where narcissistic personality falls on
Borderline
is a risk
is a
factor
cluster
for
B as
intimate
well.
partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No, you said
Let me be
But
more precise.
you have
okay.
a lot of
Any
antisocial personality
narcissistic
disorder
trait
under the cluster B. Like, where's
and
the
of itself
narcissistic one coming from?
is a risk factor
And then
for IPV.
we have
But you are
narcissistic,
miscategorizing what I said.
sociopath,
What I
and
said,
psychopath.
I'm pretty sure
Okay?
I said cluster.
The
if
narcissistic
you look
one
at all the intimate
is
partner
still
violence
in the
literature,
antisocial
and would move you to do
personality
so,
disorders,
you will
cluster
see
B.
that cluster B
Sociopath
traits,
and
specific-
psychopaths
it didn't
are
say narcissistic
outside
per se.
that, because
Cluster
that's more
B
neuro.
traits,
But
where narcissistic personality disorder
when you
is
have
part
a
of,
narcissistic
are risk
personality
factors
disorder,
for intimate
they
partner
need
violence,
to test
part and
and
parcel
assess
uniformly
to
true.
actually see that is
And I'm not sure,
narcissism
the thing I don't understand,
or
I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry,
sociopath
because I'm telling you what it
or
is.
psychopath.
You just
So
need to answer the
we
question.
need testing. You can't
So you want to talk about
just
cluster
whoop
B, so
any
let's do that for a
diagnosis
minute.
out of your sleeve and saying,
Borderline personality
yep,
disorder
there's narcissistic, or there's
is a risk
bipolar, or
factor.
that's a psychopath, or
IPV.
you're crazy.
As part of cluster B traits.
That's where stigma begins,
histrionic
especially about
personality
mental
disorder
health. But
is a
just
risk
throwing
factor
mental
for
health
IPV.
diagnosis
but it
Less so.
And
Less
put
so.
a stamp
It
on
is a risk factor,
people
but less so, yes.
without
Less so.
doing a normal
Significantly less so.
assessment.
all right. So
Sorry for talking
which
through
traits
the dear
under
doctor.
narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
That's the borderline from Amber.
I'm
I
not
reckon,
sure who
and
you're referring to.
histrionic.
Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Heard suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of Ms. Heard was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are. I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that. 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims.
If he is going,
2,
there you
absolutely
go.
there were cluster B traits
So-
Mr. Heard had. Absolutely, Mr. Heard had.
Given that you've testified to it
Victims.
before, let's
Like,
move on to a new
where
question.
is the proof?
All right.
First you say
You indicated,
that cluster B
in your opinion today,
is a big
that you
thing in the
thought-
IPV,
Well, why don't we?
and now
why
it
don't we
is
move
like,
a
oh well,
little
because
bit?
it's
Are you
a
a member of
victim,
the
it's
American
okay to
Medical
actually show
Association?
abuse to
Okay, so you
the
don't know
alleged
what the ethical
abuser.
rule of the American
No,
Medical Association
it's not how
is
it works.
relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
Normally
So
I'm
you're
more
saying in terms of
patient.
doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with somebody you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't
Okay, great.
read the rubric.
We can move on. You don't know the rule. All right. You rendered an opinion
Yeah.
about Mr. Depp's purported
see.
cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
A deposition, didn't you say that what you
So you
did
look
was
to your
compare
basic behavior
Mr. Depp's
to make an
performance
assessment if
in
somebody has
lots of pirate movies
a
against his deposition
to make a
testimony
diagnosis,
here?
and
what I
then
said
you
was I've
watch
seen
Johnny
Mr. Depp
as
do apology ads. I remember he did apology ad with that dog.
I'm
No delay in
sorry.
process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw
So,
no delay in processing speed.
your
Well, I'm sorry,
baseline
let me
is
ask you about
Captain
pirates, though.
Jack
You
Sparrow.
compared pirates
Who-
to the to
he
the
is saying the
depositions
same
given
thing
in
and
as
this
I,
case.
and I
in a
apologize
lawyer.
for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago?
Oh my!
Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay.
Well, that was another
Because you know you can't
almost 2
compare
hours of
Pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed.
maybe
I'm
it's
saying.
because he's not 60 and under
Yeah.
the what?
So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What, right.
How?
But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing
Oh, my
processing speed?
Good.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
He's actually really
Answer
pissed off.
questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka.
Have you seen
I
that
didn't see
one?
21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
So where do you base the...
You made a very kind admission, I think,
Like,
early on in your
where-
deposition. That
I love
you're
these
not
lawyers of
claiming
Johnny
to be a better
Depp. Like,
actor than Mr.
what
Depp.
do you base your shit
That's
on?
correct, isn't it?
You know, where's your
100%.
proof?
But
What's
with respect
going
to
on?
Acting, you know that
Like
actors
Dr. Curry
actually
did. Like, I
rehearse
talked to
for their
Amber, I
parts
assessed her, I had clinical
and work
interviews with
on
her.
the language,
I talked with her
diction,
for hours, and I
timing
came to this
of
and
their
this
dialogue
diagnosis.
as part of that rehearsal.
And here you have,
If you say that's
you know,
I'm
that
not an
he is
actor, so I don't
actually
know what
looking
goes on.
like
I
the
can't tell you. I
old
have
guy
no
of the
idea what goes on in
Muppets.
acting.
Just saying.
But you don't know enough
You know,
about
the
acting
ones
to
who are
know
in that,
whether
that
actors
one
rehearse.
box.
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
He put his whole testimony on how Johnny is acting in movies and in
During your
commercials.
deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr.
Well,
Depp
to
an
be
idiot?
honest, Willy
Under someone calls Mr.
Wonka.
Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
I don't
So
think
it
I
was
have
in the
even
context.
watched it.
I
Like,
think it was
there's
in the-
only
you
one
probably should read the
Charlie and
context
the
of it. I think
Chocolate
the
Factory.
context was, and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related
See?
to
Like the
was
Muppet,
if
the
you're coming
old-
to some deposition,
Muppet old
okay? And
guy.
again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you.
I have
don't.
to be nice
So
for
I'm thinking back
kinds
where
of
he's
colleagues
coming in
as
from
mental health
Europe
professionals.
for a deposition,
Christ.
video deposition that he gave.
Like, be
and
honest.
He took it overnight the night before, and what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing toward a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot
I
to come in
don't
the night
think so.
before.
Just a little
All right.
pieces.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words "so I mean he's an idiot" are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure. Again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Oh, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a
No,
Goldwater.
so idiot is not a professional opinion. Mm-hmm. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice.
Wouldn't it be more interesting if Johnny's lawyers actually start so we don't have to listen
But you
for
sat for a deposition in
hours
this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
and then see how they get buried?
9 hours of deposition.
Like the
And if
getting
I said
buried
the
part
word
is
idiot,
really
It
nice.
was an
Don't get
idiot
me
in
wrong.
planning. It wasn't making him
But
an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's
the
IQ.
time
I don't know his
before.
overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning. But
Johnny
you made
has
some
fun.
testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment
Even
of function, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand
disgusting.
how you got to
I'm
this
more
notion
disgusted
of
that-
cognitive decline.
As an
And
expert,
I thought it was based at least in part on the
you're
manner in which he
saying these
testified.
kind of things.
I'm
Like
sorry,
what
what?
happens
On the
with
manner
your
in which he testified.
credibility.
The manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Exactly, that's what I said. How?
That's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking
Do you know
is,
how he talks
don't
normal?
you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again,
Probably he will be a good one for his patients, but this is
not put a
just saying what Amber Steen wants to hear, and that's what I can sense.
Right. All I said.
From no expert witness. If it was Johnny's expert, I would probably feel the same. Like, you can diagnose people without a normal assessment and just put a mental health stamp
So
on
you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked to him.
I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part
Here
is that
he comes.
He gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for, what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia, for Alzheimer's.
Exactly.
It is the standard.
Because we want to see what is actually going on.
All psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what
So
that
it's
does.
only the bloody three
And
things
you
he
don't
couldn't remember.
know what score
You see?
Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them.
Johnny, that's
right?
Alzheimer's light.
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory. Only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
Believe me, if
And again-
I'm so
now
bloody
that's-
stressed out
Again,
or
now that could
working
affect memory,
overtime,
but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting
I don't
that at all.
even
He could have
remember
been
if
high,
I
he
put
could have
actually
been
the sugar in my
drunk,
tea,
he could have
yes or
been using
no.
cocaine, and that would absolutely
So
affect his memory.
what?
That's what I said. Yes, you're right.
And that's why you
So
have the
ultimately, you
30
have no
questions and
idea
not just 1
what
or
state
2 or
Mr.
5.
Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least 1. But But an answer,
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know.
So it's not a
One way or the
problem,
other, how he
except
scored on
when
the
it's
exam.
IPV.
You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
I think
Which
we
is
need
what
a
we do in
lunch
clinical
break.
medicine, sir.
Okay.
Oh, please,
You
no,
rely
no,
on
no.
tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned.
Oh, you know when
stroke.
they
We
take
have
the
no
test,
idea.
please.
So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that.
It's also not the standard to just look at 3 bloody answers of 30 questions.
Let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation.
Oh, there we go.
You know
with
the
the
word, right?
correlations. I hate correlations.
Yes.
Even in the study, I
Correlation
hate
and causation
correlations.
aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you've made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely.
Not true. That's
but is that
really putting everything on one bloody pile of
0.05% chance
shit.
of what, sir?
Eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No. Again, risk factors tell us nothing except that if they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV.
But not.
And never commit IPV, right?
Exactly.
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right.
That
IPV
man is
can
so
occur
confusing.
without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Yes.
Again, absolutely. But, again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substances. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance
Exactly.
abuse
It doesn't
disorder.
make
There
any
are
sense,
certainly
does it?
people who have
I always
substance abuse
love it
disorder
when they
who
actually
don't commit IPV, correct?
tell
Yeah,
the
saying
story.
people who have substance use
Sound
disorders,
really smart, like
the majority of them, over
psychiatrists.
50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is
And then everything they said,
yes.
it's like throw it in the toilet and
not
flush
everyone who
it.
smokes gets lung cancer.
Christ.
There are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So
We talked a lot
you'd
about
say
it. Is former
40% of the people
like
who have
videos.
substance abuse
I
disorder.
can't stand mental
don't commit
health
IPV.
professionals.
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors.
Just
though,
put a
right? So we're talking
stamp
about
on
people who
people
don't-
without
Isn't
knowing,
substance
without a
abuse
normal
disorder
assessment,
and IPV risk factors?
and don't even
These are
care.
other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Like, do your job.
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than
Is it
50%,
like-
70% will. If you combine
Like this person,
more
and
risk factors
maybe
you
he
have,
is a perfect
the
doctor
more
for his
likely
patients, you
you're
know.
going to develop
But
the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not
like you're
correlate
in a bloody
to lung
court
cancer. If you
of
smoke it
law
chronically,
and
that might.
using your title
So that's all I'm
We're
saying.
talking about individuals
to
here. You
feed
either have
a
lung
jury
cancer or
and
you
us
don't, right?
a bunch of
If you're smoking,
bullshit.
right.
Partly.
You either commit
Like,
IPV
he had
or
some
you didn't.
points I actually agree with.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Mostly, I
So,
actually didn't.
you
But
took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about
unbelievable.
the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder.
There we go again.
You haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits
And being
and substance
healthy.
abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
Yes.
So, along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
But he wasn't
There are
diagnosed
more
with a bloody personality
close
disorder,
links
except what
with IPV
he is thinking.
for borderline personality disorder
There you
than
go.
narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you
I
there are
do.
absolute. If you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely.
Yes.
If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, so studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No,
No.
absolutely not.
Not completely true. Like in the antisocial personality disorders, you see actually a lot of traits of any disorder, what's coming together in the other ones. That's why an antisocial personality disorder is
MDMA.
pretty hard to actually diagnose. There's a lot
What
of
is it?
assessments, a lot of interviews
Ecstasy.
to come to the right diagnosis.
And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But
What?
the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion?
That actually means
Again,
with
at
every
low dose,
medication,
you are 100%
if
right.
you take too
At
much,
low amounts, you are 100%
you're
right.
screwed.
It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people
Yeah.
who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not
like
well-being. I don't know
a
if I call that
lot of
well-being.
other medication as
So
well.
continued
And
use
we're
at
not-
higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again? You don't know what it's. It's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's.
Well, that depends also on the body. like what
contaminated
your
with.
body actually can
Okay,
handle.
you can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to
Like
10
some
pure
people
ecstasy
have
and see what happens.
4
That's not
sleeping
gonna
pills,
happen.
they don't
So
wake
what I
up.
would say to
Another
you, again,
need 50.
because substance abuse are unpredictable,
So-
they are not regulated. No one
I
knows
can
what
agree
they're
there.
going to. No one apps has any
Well,
idea.
nobody knows.
Whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and stuff we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Well, there are studies
Or
there,
if you mix
doctor.
it with alcohol.
Or mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel.
Oh, God. He's getting varied, isn't
That
he?
one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with
Well, I
substance
think
disorder
so,
use
and-
quetiapine and Seroquel.
What I also think with juries
That's why people
is
who use quetiapine
like
or
the
Seroquel
very
can
long
it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate.
conversation
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp.
about all
Had
the
a
work
prescription.
experiences and
There are
things
many
like that. It's
substance
so
use disorder
bloody
patients who have
boring that
prescriptions
it doesn't even
for
stay in your brain.
Adderall and quetiapine from
Like,
their doctor,
this is quick
and that
questions.
doesn't
They
mean they're
remember.
not getting high out of
Like,
it. That doesn't take much. Doctors
I
like
forgot
to believe
half
what
from what
patients
the
have
guy
to
actually
say.
was saying.
They're not going
It's
to
like,
go in there
it's
being
too much
expert
information.
witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use
Don't
disorder, it is
think-
not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting,
I
that
think
it's
the
safe
jury
to give
must
in
be,
people
doesn't
with
it?
substance use disorder.
Like, they're
when in fact we absolutely know it has
like
street value.
everyday
Absolutely
people
know that for a fact.
sitting for
Right, but
hours
my
and
point
hours
about
in the
this is
court
you made
listening to this.
A bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony
So
that
are
Mr.
we.
Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. It's just because you have a prescription
I
doesn't mean
think
that
Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm
that's
just
with everything,
wondering why
isn't it?
your testimony was in any way tied to street value when
Exactly.
every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No.
But then on the
We
other
can have
hand,
prescription
you
substance use
shoot by
disorders,
it on the
and that's
street
not
because
uncommon
your
if you look at the
doctor is
opiate epidemic that we're
actually
living in right now. We can have
looking
that.
at it.
That's not an
So
uncommon.
your doctor will say, no, you're not getting any
Unfortunately,
more
not uncommon.
pills. And then
uncommon.
you go
So,
outside your scope and
Seroquel,
call
I
and
think
buy
you
it
described as a
on the
sleeping
street.
agent when
So-
used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. I can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if you have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that.
It was
So
ice
when he was
cream.
passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
It was ice cream.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's
Write a note,
also
pass it on. There he goes.
prescribed, right?
Like, if you actually
Yes,
watched
it
the
is.
testimonies and you actually did it very well, you knew
What's it used for?
it was ice cream
And
and
what's
not
its indication or what's
vomit.
its
use?
What
What's its
actually
I mean, its
means,
indication is for seizures.
probably
it may
wouldn't
have
take
one pain indication. Again, I'm
what
not
he
a
says.
neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But but it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Just quick in between, thanks for following, much appreciated.
And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
Don't listen to Amber's lawyers. It's ice cream.
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I was
told. That's what he wanted to say. I was told. Like, did he actually?
Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece,
I wish we just could watch Johnny's lawyers doing the
maybe
job.
in that example, Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp. In general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely, well, better than me. So I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
I remember when I was a bit younger and I did musical, there was like sitting somebody under the stage in a little
somehow
tunnel
a cognitive deficit
telling me what I had to say
because
because I really didn't know it.
I would think there's a cognitive
Like,
deficit.
come on.
So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe
And I was bloody
Hollywood
young.
Stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Oh, please.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece as maybe
Lack
you
of
were
memory.
wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read, and the court review.
That's what he heard.
And
here you see. So
whether Marlon
let's
Brando
say, like this is so total. I will mute him or put him on the background for a second. Like, let's say that people actually believe this, and people would look at Johnny and actually say, oh, he is a narcissist, or whatever other anti-personality disorder he would be diagnosed with. Like, and that's why so many people are scared to actually talk about mental health or look for help, because people like this is just screwing it up. It's unbelievable. Christ. Ooh, going on a break. So, yeah. It's like it's really, I think it's really sad that doctors and who doctors are actually testifying for the court of law, and no. So it really depends. It really depends what kind of antisocial personality disorder you have. Like you have cluster A, you have cluster B, you have cluster C. So, and we can go on about that one. So when you look at the cluster B one, because that's what we are talking about. So the dramatic antisocial personality disorder, borderline, narcissistic, histrionic. Most of the time, they actually start in the late teens and the beginning of adulthood, so in young adults. But they're really hard to diagnose. A lot of times, professionals and mental health professionals are wrong with it because they have a lot of what he said threats from other mental health illnesses or struggles like depression or anxiety, sometimes suicidal thoughts. So it's really hard to actually give the diagnosis, and most of the time the diagnosis is given when they're a bit older instead of when they're that young, because then when they come with their problems and they look for help, they're way older, and then we have to actually find out what's the problem, what they're struggling with, and with what to actually diagnose them. And that's the same when you look to the narcissistic and sociopath and psychopath, because all three are so very close. And there's just like a genetic or an environmental difference between it. So diagnosing, or like sort of diagnosing what they actually did here without a proper assessment is just ridiculous. But it's also really bad. Like the explanation isn't nice. So when Amber Heard got her diagnosis for borderline, a lot of people with borderline actually were like, oh my god, so now everybody think about us as violent types who abuse their... Some of them do, but definitely not all of them. So I think with throwing mental health diagnosis to people or just stamp them with a label, it's pretty hard. And when you're an expert and a professional, you shouldn't do this. Like, that's just ridiculous. And I'm actually glad that he is getting buried by Johnny Depp's lawyers, because you still need, like, you need a bit of things you can trust. And I think when I'm in the jury, it's like, well, everybody is saying 7,000 different things. Like, what should I believe? So that's what this case is, just crappy when you look at it. But because every time Amber Heard's witnesses going on the stand and they are just getting buried over and over again, well, that's a bad thing as well. It's like, come on with a witness and tell the story. Say, like if he had said, oh, I didn't have a chance to assess him because there was no court order. Okay, so I didn't assess him, but if I look to the clinical proof or testimonies or things like that, in my opinion, I think he is suffering from substance abuse, what he already admit anyway. And is that Amber her sister? Oh yeah, definitely. Well, the stairs incident is, well, that's another other thing, isn't it? Like, it's sad. I probably, no, not yet, but I think they can redirect, can they? I still think that the lawyers of Johnny Depp still have some things what they can throw out and actually show what is wrong, what's right, or what are lies. So, yeah, me neither. I don't know. I hope so, to be honest. Like, I always like it, and I think they actually have a reason, because even in Amber Heard testimony, there were a couple of moments that I like, oh, well, shouldn't you ask that? But the question never actually came. So I really would like a redirect, or like witnesses we actually know, light, understand, that we actually can talk about it and know what really happened, or just getting buried as well, like this guy. God, this was just shocking. And I think it's just really, really bad. Especially for your career. Like, just say the things you know. Just say facts and don't come up with things you might think, and don't even have a baseline. Like, how can you look at an actor and then look at his movies, and from that point you decide if he's actually telling the truth or if he's lying? And that's where you base your assessment on. It's a big joke. Okay, guys, well, we have a little break, so I will grab myself another drink. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Well, nothing is on yet. I think just questions and answers at the moment. Let's.
Not effective that these things happen. So I think that from two ways. One, yes, we're now aware that there is such a thing as defamation and how hard it is to prove. And on the other hand,
Hi. So yeah, it's really interesting, I think, especially with Johnny's lawyers at the moment. And the things what they actually say. So, and I think that is a really big thing as well. Like, what are we actually looking at? Like, if we're looking at really the mental abuse, and I reckon that's the way Amber Heard's lawyers actually are going to at the moment. And then it also works both ways. So I really think you, like, how do you make that decision? Now, and if we look to the witnesses, and I think, I don't know how many witnesses Amber still can actually call out, and if Johnny Depp actually still has witnesses, I think they actually went through it. So yeah, I think that's the hard one. I think the jury actually needs to decide which of the parties started everything. And in my opinion, like, if you actually look at the op-ed, because that's the whole issue at the moment, it's the article. And in the article, she actually claims to be sexually assaulted. So yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? So what are your opinions about it? So when you look at intimate partner violence or domestic violence, so the psychiatrist is actually right. It's not just the physical abuse, it's the mental abuse as well. It's really hard to actually say that because of the domestic violence or intimate partner violence, you will get like a personality disorder. Okay. Most of the time when you really have like personality disorders, it starts early. Okay. And I think that was a bit confusing as well when we heard about the dissociative personality disorders. What actually means that you have, for example, multiple personalities. most of that happens in early childhood. Okay, of course, you have exceptions that people who went through a really horrific violence or trauma, that they will have the same. But then you actually see it, for example, in women, or, well, in that case, most of it are actually women who have been kidnapped, held against their will for years, being brainwashed, that kind of things. So, and sexually assaulted. So most of the time you see the dissociative personality actually comes out when that kind of trauma happens. Most of the time it's really early childhood. So kids who are being abused, physical or sexual. So your personality split to actually protect yourself from harm. In Amber's case, and let's say that Dr. Curry is right, okay, because she did the whole assessment. I think she is the only psychologist I heard throughout this trial who actually did the assessments both ways. So borderline is actually coming out in your teenage years. Okay, but then it's hard to diagnose because you have a lot of different threats. So I don't think that when you actually get mentally abused, then you develop borderline. Like Amber. So if you are being exposed to mental abuse, what you, and that's another thing, like mental abuse is actually tearing apart your self-esteem. Okay, you're worthless, you can't do anything right, you're a piece of shit under my shoe, calling your names all the time, so you really feel low. That's almost worse than just physical abuse. Okay, because you feel like you're nothing. And most of the time when you look at domestic violence or intimate partner violence, both things happen. And it's really hard to say how people who come out of it actually respond. Like, you can get out of it and become stronger over the years. But normally when you get out of it, you're like a shadow of yourself. And the thing what really struck me when we saw the video of Johnny redecorating the kitchen, we all know the video clip. Normally when you have a domestic violence victim or survivor, you do three things. You freeze, you flight, or you fight. And you're definitely not calculated. Okay, so the moment when Johnny is redecorating that place, I wouldn't put my phone right there so he can see it and saying things that actually piss him off, because I will be too afraid to, because I know what can happen if he is physical violent to me. Okay, so, or I will respond in just being quiet, stand aside and hope that I'm invisible and that he will go away. or I will get the hell out of there straight away, because I know what is going to happen, because now it's the classes and the tables and whatever he is actually kicking at, but I will be next, so I will get out of there. Or the moment he is actually coming to me and I know what is going to happen, I will fight back. But not one of those three things actually happened in the video. She is placing her phone, put her cup in front of it when he actually walks her way so he can see that she is recording him. That's calculated behavior. She knew exactly what she was doing. And that is not really a normal response of a domestic violence victim. And then when you hear the phone calls and the audio tapes, it's like she is actually really holding him in a position that's where she wants him. So if you talk about narcissistic behavior, and like borderline is a really hard one, okay, because they have their mood swings, but they also really afraid of losing people, and they will do anything and everything to keep that person close. And that is one of the things that I actually heard back in the audio recording, was her really trying to hold on and begging him to not leave. And let's be honest, like borderline is a mental illness, okay? You can get medication, you can get treatment, but most of the time the antisocial personality disorders are not diagnosed, because people don't really look for help because they think that's who they are, okay? And when I look in Amber's case, and then you have the histrionic one, what Dr. Curry said is the drama, the overacting, making everything so much bigger than that it actually is. So, and I think maybe that is a part of what happened here as well. Like the moment Johnny actually said, okay, it's enough and it's over, and she was the first one to file for divorce. And you want people behind you, because it's really important to get the people behind me, but you're not calling him back. You're not begging like, oh, well, that divorce and maybe. No. No, if you finally have the strength to actually get away, you stay away from it. And if you don't want the attention, you're not stepping up. And it is a really hard one, because every person is acting differently. You know, it's not that you can say with 1,000% certainty that a victim won't respond in a certain way. But I have never, ever seen a victim who is that calculated, or not doing the three things a domestic violence victim actually does, and just get out, or just freeze, just be invisible and hoping he is not coming for you. And you know, it's you go back from 2012 till 2016, so there must have been a moment that somebody actually witnessed a physical abuse. And I didn't hear one witness except for Whitney, who actually say they saw Johnny physical abuse her. So about a mental abuse, you don't really become a person like Amber. Okay? Most people who are really getting mentally abused, they're really a shadow of themselves. And it takes a long time and a lot of help to actually get over it, get your self-esteem back, and not feeling worthless or ugly or not good enough for any other person. So that takes a long time. And like when you finally free of that, and you need to work on that, especially to become stronger and a stronger person and figure out who you were and who you are. You don't have time for a boyfriend like 4 weeks later. Some do. But the fear when you're a domestic violence survivor and you're out of a domestic violence situation, the fear is still there. Okay, when the person actually takes a step towards you, you actually go back. And you do that with almost every person. So not just Johnny. What we saw in the courtroom when Johnny walked and she stepped out of the witness box. So that says a lot as well. No, when I have patients with PTSD, and most of them are really struggling with trusting another man or another woman, depending on who's the perpetrator. And especially when they have like a similar look, or they just can't stand the sight of it. When people talk to him, they're down and the whole body goes down. Okay, we call that like turtling. So you're actually going down. And when Amber was taking the stand, and you see the body, and she's sitting like that, but then the microphone is there. And normal, when you have domestic violence victims testifying, they're like this. So they will put the microphone actually down because they want to shield their self. That's why we call it turtling. Okay? In Amber's case, her shoulders are down, but she is sitting up and telling her story with all the biggest drama and facial expressions. And that's, I think, why a lot of people didn't take it serious as well. Because something was wrong. Okay, something was wrong about her body language. Now, body language isn't an exact science, but it really helps. Okay, so I think, yeah, but not looking at Johnny, and she actually did a couple of times, but she just didn't get any reaction back. The problem with looking, for example, like a lot of times when you see victims of violence, they don't look at the perpetrator, but they don't look at the jury or to other people in the courtroom. Okay, and that you see that especially when it's not that long ago. Like, it's different. Like, for now, it's like 7 years ago. So after 7 years, you would say you become stronger, you find yourself again. No, exactly. Alan, you just don't do it. So you don't really look to anybody. But when you get stronger, you actually can. Okay, because this is my story. This is what happened to me. But then you actually do it with confidence. So you're not sitting like this, but talking up like that. Or being all dramatic. You will see, for example, a lot of anger. Because, hey, this is what he did to me. He hurt me. He hit me. So you can be angry. And another thing is when you're a domestic violence victim and you talk about your good times, you're not happy because you know what that person did to you. So you will tell how you met, and that in the beginning he was a great guy, and you definitely fell in love with him, but you will tell that with still the anger and the pain inside you. Okay? So, sitting like this, after he beat you, yeah, and raped you with a bloody bottle, and then he got sober and everything was okay and it was magical. No bloody way. No way. Because you're not happy. He just raped you with a bloody bottle. Are you okay? You are terrified because it happened now. And, yeah, he can be really sweet, but you know it will happen again. Because that is, and that's what psychiatrists actually said as well. It will happen time after time after time after time. Domestic violence isn't just a single out incident. Then we don't talk about it. Then we talk about just abuse or assault. When we talk about domestic violence, it happens a lot. So, let's see. And I also don't think Johnny actually didn't look at her because he felt guilty. Like, if it was a narcissistic person, he actually would have looked at her straight in the face to actually intimidate her and make her scared for what she is going to say. Well, that didn't happen either, did it? So the whole control, what her witnesses are trying to tell, he is in control. He wants to control her. If I want to control somebody, I will stare straight at you. And by not looking at her, he is actually saying, I don't care. I don't like you anymore. So that's another thing. Trying to control a person, you act completely different. Well, like leaving a domestic relationship when there is violence, and it doesn't matter what kind of violence it is. It's really hard, and I think it's really hard because that part of the control, because that's a fact. Like when you're in a domestic violence situation, it's about control. The other party is trying to actually control the other one. Leaving, we always wondered, doesn't it? Like we always really fast to say, if I get hit one time, I'm out. But for some reason, it happens slowly and over time. And most people who want to control another person are actually like minimizing the people around you. What is weird as well, because her friends and family were living in his penthouses. So it wasn't that he actually tried to isolate her as well. What normally happens when you are talking about a narcissistic personality. Because they want to be everything for you and you don't have anybody else and you don't have a support network, so you can't go anywhere or leave. Let me read the question very fast. I need to think about this one for a second. Like, I think some people like you who are actually notice what is going on and what is happening, and then make the move to actually leave. That's really brave. And like, I think it also depends how long you are in a relationship for. So in Johnny's and Amber's situation, or in anybody's situation for what that matters, I think things are getting slowly. And why people don't leave? Fear. I think fear is one of the biggest reasons. And the self-esteem as well. Like, if you're in a controlling relationship, then it first starts normally with mental abuse. Okay? And the moment you don't have anywhere to go, or you don't trust people enough, and you just want to make the other person happy, and for some reason, and you actually believe that it's your fault, that you did something wrong, that there is something wrong with you. And that's why it is so hard for a lot of victims to actually get over intimate partner violence, suffering from PTSD. So the moment you're actually strong enough to stand up and like, okay, no, this is it, I'm out of here. That's a brave thing to do. And a good thing to do as well. I think when you realize that the relationship you're in is so toxic, most of the time it's too late. And like in this case, when I actually see that they are together from 2012, but when did they get married? Like after all the shit happened. So it's like, well, why would you? So, and maybe let's say Johnny is the victim here, and he is in that relationship. It can be killed as well, or not feeling or feeling ashamed or whatsoever. Like, he had a relationship before of 14 years with Vanessa, who he left for Amber. Like, and it's a man. And I think that is a big part in this case as well. Like, well, yeah, try to tell anybody that I abused you, because nobody will believe you. You're a man. And there are actually a lot of men out there who get assaulted as well, even sexual. And a lot of people are like, what? How is that possible? Like, you're a guy, you know? But it really doesn't matter. So why he didn't go out earlier? It can be for a lot of reasons. And I think that's with every domestic violence victim. Anyway, why aren't you leaving? Why you don't go? And even when we ask victims or survivors about why they stayed, most of them can't even explain it. You know, they know what they felt. They knew they were afraid, especially when you were in a violent relationship for a long time. Now you know what is going on is wrong, and you try to find your ways out, but it's really hard, especially when you get isolated and you don't have a support network anymore. And in Amber's case, it's like, well, you had your whole bloody family and friends living in his penthouses. Like, what do you mean I didn't have a support network? So you're sending, I think that's what she said when she actually sent a picture of Johnny with the ice cream spilled over him. Like, and the text, this is what I'm dealing with. Well, if somebody's hitting me, I wouldn't dare. Like, cool. If I make a picture like that, like, I'm gone. So a lot of actions she actually did during the so-called or alleged abuse is just contradicting how domestic violence victims actually respond. But then again, everybody is different. So can you actually say, oh, things didn't happen just because her response was totally different than a normal abuse victim? And I think what is a big bother for me as well is, like, if you're a domestic violence victim and you get hurt, okay, most of them don't make pictures. They just don't. Because you're too afraid to actually do it. But when your injuries are severe and you have to look for medical attention, you come up with an excuse. But you know when you need medical attention. Okay, so when you get kicked to the ground and you have a bloody hole in your head, you actually need to go to the doctor because it's bleeding like, oh my goodness. So you look for medical attention. Okay, and that's your head, but you will go. So let's say you're a female or woman and you want to have kids someday, start a family, because that's what she wanted. And then you get sexual assaulted with a bottle and you're bleeding. Now, I'm a woman, and the moment that happens, I will be in the emergency room because I need to check that out. Like, it's not that I'm on my period or something. No, I just got sexually assaulted with a bottle and I'm bleeding. What if the bottle was broken and it did some pretty nasty damage? Like, you don't know that. You're not a doctor. You can be very flexible, but you still can't look inside yourself, okay? So you don't know what's going on. And then you don't look for medical attention. I was afraid that something would happen. I wanted to protect him. Yeah, that's why people who are domestic violence victims are making excuses. Oh, I fell down. Oh, I was... you will blame yourself. Oh, I was experimenting with a bottle, but something went wrong, and look at this. You won't say you got sexual assaulted with a bottle. You will make the excuse, but you will figure out what's wrong with you. And you will look for medical attention. And that's the same with a broken nose. Okay? Like, where's the blood, mate? Have you ever had a broken nose? And I said it the last time as well. Like, Johnny was talking about the Vesuvius when his fingertip got cut. But having a broken nose, that's a Vesuvius like 2.0. Gee. There's blood everywhere. Not just a little drop. Oh, look, there's a little droppy of blood. No. No, you will be covered in blood. That's a broken nose. That's just like, God, what just happened here? So, and then you go to a doctor as well, and then you say, gee, I was so stupid. I did something weird, and I don't know, I opened the thing and it just came straight to the nose. Even if your doctor doesn't believe you, like, he can prove that you actually got assaulted or abused. So, not looking for medical attention. Like, how many victims of domestic violence actually go to the ER with broken ribs, broken arms, and just say, oh, I fell. I fell from the stairs, or I fell from my bike, or, you know. So, when it's really bad, you look for that medical attention, no matter what. That's OCD. Okay, so every person, okay, even when you're not diagnosed with a mental illness, can be violent. Okay, here they actually do and say that, oh, the weirdo is on again. I will answer your question first. So, of course, more people who are diagnosed with a mental health issue commit IPV. a lot of mental health illnesses, they have like the threats of other disorders. So can somebody diagnosed with OCD be violent? Yes, they can. But somebody with depression can be violent as well. Somebody with anxiety can be violent as well. So it's also a personality thing. Okay, and like some people with anti-social personality disorder, like borderline, are not violent at all. Having mood swings can be irrational, but they're not violent to their partner. So, and that's what I don't like in this case. It's like, oh, you're having narcissistic behavior, so you're violent. No, that's not how it works. Like, there are people who are violent without a mental disorder or struggles. On the other hand, when you have a bit of anger issues, you are struggling with your mental health anyway. So, to answer your question, yeah, you can be violent when you have OCD. Is it a common symptom from OCD? Not really. Can you have OCD and threats of other mental health disorders? Yes, you can. So,
Publicly available records.
Thank you.
it really depends on the person
about
and where the
narcissistic traits
violence
and
is
your
coming from
your
as well.
diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you
You're
recall
very
that testimony?
welcome.
Yes.
All right, and the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed
Where does
was
he get
sense
that
of
from?
entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So, again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was
Allegedly,
empathy. Do you
like
recall that?
he
And
is.
what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking
I think
empathy?
his ass is actually jealous of his mouth. That much shit is coming out.
Partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry?
Can I be heard?
Okay.
You need to press the button. Okay. So about the first thing of the narcissistic behavior is that people need to. Yep, sure.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes.
Is this better,
just a little
or
different
were
than
you
what you said
actually
before.
talking about my?
So, if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox,
is an example of.
Oh, no,
lacking
that's
empathy and
totally
not really
fine.
caring what other
Like, if
people have to
something
say.
is wrong, I actually
All right.
like that
Another
you
one
guys
of the
say
characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that, beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others commented this week. Ms. Burston last week.
when my
Burston commented
boyfriend
about
is
things about
cuddling
jealousy,
in
so I
an
think it's
elevator,
pretty
believe
apparent.
me, I wouldn't be happy.
And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall
And I'm
that?
not a narcissistic person.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality, so traits. So it would go into the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any,
Like Amber
evidence
did?
would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, you
If
were
I
asked about
was
the
the lawyer,
cluster B.
I would talk about
and
the bloody
counsel
candy
for Mr.
eating
Depp
from
came
Amber
back
in the
and
first
said,
case.
Are you aware
in
Ms.
London.
Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not,
Overruled.
Thank you.
So if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Currien's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What
Now
if
it's
any
getting
evidence was
interesting.
there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you
I would
mentioned
love to
in
see the
response to
criteria
Mr. Depp's
then.
counsel's questions, you started
So
to talk
how
about
you can
battered
actually
wife
say
syndrome.
that Johnny is a
What is your
narcissist,
experience with battered
narcissist
wife syndrome
without an
sometimes
assessment?
being mistaken
But-
with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences.
first
as
had
a feeling as if
PTSD.
the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by Bader-Weiss syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about
Like we didn't
Amy Banks,
ask for the
significance
life
of Amy
story.
Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at I don't know what
Didn't we go through that all?
professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world. Who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is, above all people, who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day, and that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of...
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, as the victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not given what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing. When Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I actually really
What
like
is the
that.
significance of that?
Yeah, tell me,
The
doctor.
significance of that is with
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. You were asked about MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right, for Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and a number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up
Isn't that hearsay as
1828?
well?
It's already in evidence.
Like, I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea, but...
And if we could publish that, okay, we can, thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's
Sustain the objection. Next question.
okay. What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any, evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no
It's the
foundation.
same question.
Unbelievable bullshit. So, the moment you can't paint,
You testified earlier
you're on
about
the drugs.
property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury what,
Thank you for clearing that up.
how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829?
Sorry, but just very quick. Like destroying things
And this has already been admitted.
doesn't
Yes,
have
thank
to
you, Your
be
Honor.
always
and what, if
that
any,
you want to be in
evidence
control. It
does
can
this,
also be that you feel
reflect
powerless and
as
you have
correlating
less
behavior
control.
to
So the
risk
thing
factors
what
of
you
IPV?
actually
I
destroy
would say
are
that
things
one
around
that
you.
demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay, if you want to.
And that's the horrible thing. If you have a case like this, and when there are not a lot of witnesses actually seeing things, so it really becomes like a he said, she said kind of situation. But like, what I don't agree when you actually look at borderline.
Dr. Spiegel, if you can answer the question,
we will go on
what,
after this.
if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence of risk factors, if you can.
The evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
She just
No.
shit in your bed.
Thank you, Michelle. You can
Just
put that
saying,
down
sorry.
there. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendants Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel, 50 mg? Can you just
Objection, hearsay.
Can you just tell the? I haven't finished asking the question yet. So
let's approach.
Okay.
Like, so what he said, it's like he is two things. So Johnny is a narcissistic person because he has the traits, but Amber shows some traits of borderline, but she doesn't have it because it's just traits. Like, what, really? And then you're actually coming up with a disorder, what's better wife. It's not even PTSD. Like some things what she may done is like, okay, maybe it's PTSD because she's reacting in a certain way. This doesn't make any sense. And if you actually look,
so Dr. Spiegel,
she has to think about
someone was milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day. How would that impact them?
So obviously this is not for sleep because
how do you
presuming
know?
You're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a downer to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
Yeah.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again, 4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now, in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you recall?
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a...
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up Defendants 1090.
Outside.
That's already in the evidence.
Outside of that, but how many people are actually falling asleep with a cigarette and then get burned? Like some people are
would this
actually
be
dying. So
evidence
what if you
correlating
actually
with,
have a bloody eye
behaviors
and you just
consistent
fall
with
asleep because
IPV
you're
perpetrator
tired?
risk factors?
This
It's
would be correlated
possible.
with a person who is
Like, were they
completely
there?
knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed, they don't sleep with their head
I'm still,
on
to be
a
honest,
game box in a
I'm
furniture.
still
that doesn't happen.
shocked
People
by
sleep.
some of the
No matter how
questions,
tired you
and
are.
to be honest,
How
I'm
tired-
really
I've been
shocked by
resident
some of the
in the
answers as
past.
well. It's like,
I was
God,
up
my
for
brain.
40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just explained.
Sustained.
All right. Michelle, can you pull up 109.5, please?
Wasn't she done? Oh, definitely. Like, don't we all tell lies sometimes?
And this has been,
White
I'm going to
lies
ask you the same
included.
question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, you know, colloquially.
Well, he's
passed
pretty
out,
calm
and
in
there's
that
Very
picture,
few
isn't he?
ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance,
Okay.
legal or illegal, and or illegal.
And then let's pull up 109.4, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted.
Like, it is that we actually all know he has a drinking and
And now we have the ice cream
substance
picture. And
problem.
what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I
What?
could.
Objection, speculation, no
That
foundation.
will actually
What, if
say that
any,
every picture he's
correlation,
in asleep,
What, if any, evidence does this
you actually
indicate
can say,
correlative with the
he
risk
was
factors
using
for
drugs there
IPV
as well.
Again, this proves one
Like-
of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for
Yeah, because
intimate partner violence.
when he is
Objection,
laying
move
like
to
this,
strike.
he will
All right,
throw
sustained.
the ice
Strike it
cream.
from the record. Next question.
What?
We'll just move on.
Okay.
You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes,
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
yes,
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Ooh, be
Objection
careful,
beyond the
doctor.
scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay. But you did find that for Mr. Depp, correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
severe substance use disorder.
All right. Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness?
Free to go. Oh,
Our next
no,
witness
not
is
a
Catherine
witness.
Arnold.
Catherine Arnold.
What kind of doctor is she? Must be another. Didn't she had like 8 hours left for her witnesses, or I don't know what.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record?
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am an entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes.
So,
So,
then this would be the last one.
I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work
Wall Street doll
with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot.
Yeah.
I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material,
she
I
will
would get the
tell that
financing,
Johnny
I would
always
get the
forgot his
cast and the
text.
director attached to the project. We call
Or
that packaging.
always was
and then we
late.
would go and obtain financing for
Because
that,
he's
either through
using
equity sources
alcohol
or
and
international
drugs.
sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
That would probably be
A couple
said
of them
by,
did. So a couple of
like
the
his
independent films that
witnesses or
I
something.
produced, one of them
It
won,
is a good one,
called
though.
Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called the Crystal Award.
All right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also
If I was
worked
the
in
jury,
the
I
corporate world.
would get so
large studios like
sick
Warner
and
Brothers
tired every
and
time you
Disney
get a
and
new
CBS
witness.
would need corporate videos
And they have
for
to
their
tell
live
their
events.
whole life
So I
story
would
over
interview
and over
executives
and over again.
and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some
That's
commercials.
Disney.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo, and we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
Hey, how are
What
you
if an
going?
experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals, and so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business that's very different and unlike anything else and very relationship-based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, the marketing process, and get them set
We know
up,
where that will go, don't
to be
we?
able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
Yeah.
I've been involved in somewhere
Nobody
between 85
wants
and 100
Johnny.
cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages in defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe
Yeah, I actually watched him
3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been
with
admitted to
guy from
testify as an
behavioural
expert
arts.
on damages?
Yes.
Okay, and how many
Because
times have
I
you
did
qualified as an expert
behavioural
on
analysis,
damages?
I'm actually really interested
Almost
in
all my
what
cases have
other
some
people
form of
actually
damage,
think and if they see the same
relation,
things.
economic damage related to the case.
So,
I would say in all of
yeah,
the
I
cases
know
that
what
I've
he had
testified
to
in,
say
I've
about
been
the
qualified in
jury.
damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both?
And what you actually saw when the psychiatrist
Yes, I
was
have.
talking is that he is also
much of your
trying
current
to relate
practice
to
involves
just a
consulting
woman
as opposed
in the
to
jury.
serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spent half my time working as a consultant.
So
and
yeah, I
the other
saw
half
that
working
clip.
with
It's
lawyers
really
on their
interesting,
cases.
actually.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
And the best
Any
thing,
objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here.
best thing
as
is
an
that we
expert,
actually
correct?
know where we are
Yes,
going
you're,
with this.
You're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked
But
to
it's their
limit
witness.
that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, you know, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio
I think we're back
recordings,
to
the visual
boring
recordings
bits.
that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to that case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, you know, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, you know, world renowned. And probably his biggest role, and he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior, and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life, start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, you know, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid-2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then, as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and, you know, other issues in his personal life.
And she actually is going to say
for her to find
that
him work, and
Amber Heard
for
is a
production
rising
companies
star in the
and
beginning
studios
of
to hire
a
him due
wonderful
to
career.
the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did
Then my
Mr.
brain
Depp's
just shut
career
down.
downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you. In 2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, you know, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature, and then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis,
With
what
his
has
finger.
caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn? And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, you know, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol. And
So
even
actually,
spending habits.
even when it's
So
not
every time a
really
lawsuit
about
has been
the
filed, the
article,
press and the publicity has just been
all
charged
the
up and brought
lawsuits
everything back to light, and it's been an unfortunate
the
problem for
domestic
on that level
violence
for the
abuse
industry to
actually
continue to
were
work
the
with him,
tape.
even though all this is out in the public.
or not.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? We're talking Mordecai.
Like there is no
Alice
Pirates
Through the
of the
Looking Glass,
Caribbean without Captain Jack
You
Sparrow, I
testified to some
think.
of those, the Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Like
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
he made the movie.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the, you know, the 4 or 5 years prior and, you know, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer, and he didn't show up. Apparently he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can, I mean.
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager, on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18,
Does anybody knows about that one? I
was
missed
there
that
any
in the
negative
press.
articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Like after Scream 6, I was totally done.
Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay.
Didn't it still make like 805 or something?
In this time frame, we'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustain.
All right. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the
wouldn't
one of
that
the
be the
co-chairs
case
of Disney,
in
used the word
from
sad,
the op-eds
and I think one of
as
the
well?
other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones magazine.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about the Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
Approach.
Hearsay is hearsay, I reckon. So, like we all know, you get bad press and good press. In the end, it's all about domestic violence anyway. It doesn't really matter who wrote the article, like she brought it out. But in this case, he actually really put it onto the op-ed. So what are your opinions about it? Like, if you just look at the case and the evidence presented that it was all about the op-ed, that actually cost him his career, I think, bloody hell, that relationship just bloody killed him. So what are your ideas about that? Like, I don't know if you guys really follow a lot of court things. Like, I'm a total no lawyer, but like, what are they actually looking at? Or if you
So
were
what the
in the
article
jury,
said,
what
what
would
it's
you
about.
think?
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise
hearsay.
would be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp, and that was regarding 2 writers that were on the project.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018.
So were that audios that was and
op-ed.
videos
So
just on
that
the
Hollywood Reporter
internet?
article that Mr. Marks used
So not
to-
presented
Objection,
to
no
this
foundation.
jury.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that.
I'm
both at the time that
actually
it was filed and throughout as documents
wonder,
were being shared with
like,
the public.
every
and then, of
time
course,
the
during the trial
judge is
itself.
actually saying, okay, you can't
And
do any research
What is your
outside
understanding
of the
of when
courtroom,
the
blah, blah, blah,
article,
blah,
the
blah.
wife beater article
But
first appeared?
how many
I believe it
people
was in July
actually
2018,
do
about
that?
6 months before the
Like,
piece.
do we
What is your
actually
understanding of when
believe that
Mr.
the
Depp
jurors
filed
are
suit
going
against the Sun
home
and Mr. Wooten?
after a day
Again, in
sitting here
2018, I
and
believe.
don't look at the
June,
internet
would it be?
or videos or things like
would
that?
Would it refresh your
It was in the
Like,
spring
I'm
and summer
sure,
of- it was
like
fairly
Amber
shortly
and her
after the
team are
article,
doing,
so it was long
even
before
though
the
the
op-ed
judge
piece
say,
was
oh,
out.
you
Okay.
can discuss it, like,
And what, if
every
any,
time
impact
she's coming
did
back with
Mr.
things,
Depp's
then it's like, ah,
litigation
yeah, you
in
saw
the Sun
shit on
case
the internet.
have on
So
his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr.
Is it
Depp's career
possible
because everything,
for the
every
jury to
allegation of abuse
actually
and every text, every email,
just
all
do
the audio,
research
all the visual
themselves
stuff
as
was
well?
brought to light and made public. And so
I
not
think
only
so,
did the
isn't
public
it?
get to see it,
Or is it not
but
possible?
the industry was watching closely.
Like,
and
it's not a
hard
criminal
for
case or
studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those, and it was brought
then
to
he
light
has
yet
like
again each
more
time.
fans than
What is your
in
understanding of Mr. Depp's
2013.
claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract,
So
even
where
back in the
does
day,
who's going to play it?
2018
Robbie?
or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection legal conclusion.
Who does believe that?
Sustain.
Is somebody believing that there is no
How do
Pirate
you
6?
know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well,
Because you paid
many
her.
things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so
I'm
that's
really-
one. But even as important is that Disney,
Like, why
in their
are
file
all
for
those
this trial,
bloody
did not
experts
have the op-ed piece as part of all of the
always
information they had read and looked about and discussed.
just
The conversations of Mr. Depp not
conflicting
being
each
in
other?
whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece
one
even
says
came
A,
out.
the other says
And,
B, and
There
It
are
is
other
actually
factors
C, like-
that Disney was considering, the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many
It
problems.
works for a
And,
pirate.
interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry, or
Objection hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No, she is not.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
the Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay,
and evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier
Yeah, I
ones.
like the judge as well. I
was
feel
there
a
any
bit sorry
article
for
that
her,
came
though,
out
to
on November 5, 2020,
sit there.
3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr.
I
Depp's
think
chances
she
of
is-
being Jack Sparrow.
She is
I think
actually
they reiterated the fact that he was probably
the
not
only
going to be
neutral
in the
party
movie.
in this court. What she has
Now,
to be, of course.
What
but-
impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, His Q-score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q-scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q-score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without
something.
much fanfare
So
or much
everybody
conversation. It was much
knew
more
about the
the
Rolling Stones,
I don't think
and
very
we
many
all
people even
keep
know it was
eye
written,
on Johnny
until the
Depp's
allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit.
things in
kind
the
of
press and
came in
the
and out
articles,
of the radar very
except
quickly if
for the
anybody even saw
op-ed,
it at all.
because that nobody have
Between
heard of it or
December
seen
18,
it. How?
2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here,
How's
has
that
Mr.
possible?
Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
What he lost.
That's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
So, I love the mind. I love the mind because I actually really understand it. But, like, how can you read that many articles and not saying, oh, there's a problem there, or we didn't see it?
That's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts. I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you.
We know,
Now,
why, don't we?
What, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
Oh, this is a good question.
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q-scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing
I
the
love
lawsuits,
it how
bringing to
you
light the
actually
issues.
look
Is
at
Mr.
him.
Depp doing that on his own
Like
accord?
how he's actually really
and
smiling.
any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements.
I'm actually
we'll talk about
wondering
in a
if he
minute,
sometimes is
were
bothered
also
by things
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So, in
Those
actuality,
people
he's
say
causing his
it's
own
fine.
demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire.
Like he's
of
much more relaxed than I
negative
would
publicity
be,
around
probably.
both of them.
Okay. Are all of your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, now we're
Now
going
I'm
to
going to move
Amber.
you to Amber Heard's damages. With
Oh,
respect to
God,
Amber
she
Heard's
lost
claims for
everything.
damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents.
Wouldn't it be so nice to actually have somebody in the
I read her
court
deposition.
actually watching the jury and see their reaction today as well?
After those defamatory statements were made.
Like I know the guy from Lion Lumber did it actually a couple of days ago, but
emails back
God, I
and
really
forth
want
and
to see
text
their
back and
face
forth,
and just
with
try to read
Studio Warner
them.
Brothers and other producers that the management team was working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going
Is
through
there,
it.
by the way, a
The jury
reason
has seen
that
the
we
3
don't
defamatory
use
statements.
the
They're
jury
defendants
in this civil
1245,
case?
1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman
There we go.
statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie, and then of course Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice steady rise, and she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a
Has she
successful
actually
film
seen
in terms of box
Aquaman?
office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
Yeah, because of the bloke.
What, if any,
Come on.
accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused. But
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and
Objection, hearsay.
she's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance. and they loved her
Objection,
work.
hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails? Emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was.
That's what I'm saying.
Marie
Like
Claire
it was
L.
all Jason.
In the UK, she had a cover story of a big magazine in
And I
Mexico.
think the
in
red
Australia.
hair was a bit
They
good
were,
anyway.
some
But
magazine,
that's
one
my
magazine
personal
called her Woman of
opinion.
the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of
Objection
them.
leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection,
How
no
does she know?
foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad, because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp-Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp-Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and
Was it after that
Facebook
article,
posts
or
and
actually
Snapchat and trolling, as
after
we call it? It was just negative.
she came out and people
according to Mr. Schnell,
knew
there
what
was over
was
1.2
happening in
million
London?
negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp-Waldman statements, excuse me, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. That's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
It's
So,
when you
a negative social
lie on the
campaign
stand
would
and people
be
actually
when
see it,
a
then
fan
call
base,
you out.
or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call
Objection.
bots.
May I be heard?
All right, here come.
So, well, like even with this kind of expert, you hear so many different stories. It's like, well, one is saying, oh yeah, it has impact. The other is saying, no, definitely not. And it's a bloody tennis game.
Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign. What's it
The
about?
fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the Depp-Wald state?
Yeah, let me just
Is it
ask you-
Depp-Waldman? I'm
Yeah,
sorry. There's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber
I
Heard
actually really
since the
think
Depp-Waldman
that
statements?
Great. So the
social
negative campaign
media
has been used
killed
both
her
to,
career, but
let's fire Amber off of
I
Aquaman,
think that's
to
more
the
because
product that she had an endorsement contract with was L'Oreal, the makeup.
the audience
And every
actually
time
have
that
seen the
L'Oreal
lies,
mentioned
and
Amber Heard and
that
the
her
product together,
story
they would
doesn't
get harassed,
add up.
Publicist company
Like,
was
that
harassed.
is what's killing her career at
Any
the
kind of
moment.
movie
That's
that
what's
she was related
costing
to or television
a
project
big
that
part
she was
of her
related
fan
to
base as
got
well.
negative attention from the social media world. Even the
I don't know
the charities that
in
she was
his
involved
case
with
if it
were
was really
getting
the
hammered, if you
op-eds,
will, or
but
bombarded
I
by
definitely
negative social
think
media,
it was
which made it
her
difficult
coming
to work
out
with
with the
Amber on any
domestic
level because
abuse and then
negativity
the
was brought to
sexual,
their product, service,
sexually
or
abuse. Like,
film.
if I was Disney,
Is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
But on the other hand, it wasn't
and you were
proven
talking a
at
little
all.
bit before, I think, about
But that's why he didn't
remove
get
Amber
a
Heard
role
from Aquaman
in
2. What were your observations
Fantastic
with respect
Beasts
to
as
that
well.
in
So
connection
it really
to
hurt his
the
career.
Waldman
I'm
the
not
Depp Waldman
sure that the
statements?
op-ed actually
Again,
really did it.
the statements, I'm sorry,
But
the social
I
media
definitely
campaign, whether
know
called,
that the
remove
whole
Amber from
story
Aquaman or,
about
negativity for her relationship in that film, it
about
always
the
tended to use
abuse
words that were
and the
inside
domestic
the defamatory
violence was an
statements. They became
issue.
hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop.
Definitely.
Okay, so once it stops,
Definitely. Like, I'm
then
not
an actor
agreeing
and their
with
team
it. I'm
can work slowly and
wondering
patiently
how,
in both. Maybe it's
like what
substance
she
abuse,
said,
maybe it's relationship
how it
with
will
charity,
work out
maybe
in this
it's
case.
a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind
Because
of rebuild their career. But it
she
can
has
take
a lot of
2,
negative
3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop.
publicity at the moment.
It just needs to
It's
stop
worse.
so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have
Do we
expected
think she actually will
following the release of Aquaman, December 2018?
get a role in Hollywood ever again?
What's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good
Have
actor,
you
but
ever
she was
seen
now
her acting?
world-renowned
Sorry.
because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for
Everybody
DC Comics.
watched the
She was
movie
on the
because of
poster with
bloody
the very
Jason
handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this
and
couple, and she
Nicole
was strong
bloody
and
Kidman,
beautiful,
although
and
you
it was
didn't
just this
really see her
extraordinary
for like
moment for her,
hours
for
and
her
hours.
career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited, everybody just wanted to hit the ground running, and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time, in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right.
But
And
did she?
Did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will play
Objection,
her.
no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say what the email said, just summarize it or describe it,
Oh, okay.
please.
Well,
I'm
isn't
sorry,
that
I'm
the
just trying
same
to
thing?
understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to
that's,
be in the film.
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
But, well, sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According
where are we
to the
going
fact
now?
that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
And what, if anything, would also suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Objection,
I think,
hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained.
Yeah, you
Strike it from the
can.
record.
Yeah. Well,
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or
she
Jason
did
Momoa
still
did not want
got
Amber
the
Heard
job,
in
didn't
Aquaman
she?
2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Okay. Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, somewhere between $3 and $4 million to $15 million.
Okay. Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And did that same contract
and then if you actually make over $1 billion, that's nice.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
I know, I'm
now, based on your
freezing
experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So
well,
if
she
it
did.
was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Wallman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2?
It's
after
still
the
not
Depp Wallman
100
statements?
million, is it?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, or are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple of things.
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's 2 things. When 2 actors do well in a romantic relationship and, you know, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you know, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was, one of the main posters was of the 2 of them together standing proud and strong, right, being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film, and then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, 2 things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection,
2,
hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second one. That's
and
right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie, in the 3rd act, was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right, and when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
Asking for
I believe
spoilers.
that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all
So
of the
she
interactions
doesn't
with
know it.
Momoa's
Amber
character
actually told her.
and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay.
Till Friday.
How has Amber
Or
typically been
today.
involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Wallman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Well, if she's
Absolutely.
not really in the
It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And
horrible
again,
movie,
Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp-Waldman statements?
Right, so Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
How does she know that, by
There
the way?
aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
I don't really think it's because
So an
of the
endorsement is
bloody
when
article.
an actor
I
associates himself with a product.
really think
either
it's
for
just because of her own
print
behavior as
promotion or
well.
commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with a product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also the product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals
That will
since
be
the Depp Waldman
interesting.
statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly, so I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King
Just
project.
getting 1 million.
And then it stopped.
or
And
just
so
like
her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Stars Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word, comp. With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can kind of, it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So I was there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Ms. Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess what happened in December of 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q-scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q-score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q-score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparisons show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their
unrelated to Q-scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, you know, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, you know, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant, if we follow the trajectory of her, you know, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you'd said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once as Amber's agent, Ms.
So this is actually really funny.
Because I was doing okay.
If there aren't
Ms.
any movies, there aren't any movies. That's what she just said about Johnny's.
That kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film, and had it jumped to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, you know, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing. You know, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, you know, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard, realistically, should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or
Yeah,
it
but
could have
it's
been
not
anything
there
else. And
yet,
so
so
she
that's
too should
speculation,
have,
isn't it?
with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated with.
And what would that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, you know, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year,
Just explain how this one
minimum
goes.
of $4
So
million a year without any
Johnny can't
negotiation,
say
which
anything
probably would have
because
happened,
there
but let's just say
isn't
that
a Pirates of
baseline,
the
that
Caribbean
would be
6.
another $20 million
But
over that time
are
frame.
we talking now about
What, if any,
Aquaman
opinions do
Bloody
you have about Amber Heard's
4?
earning power over time?
Like there isn't even an
That it will
Aquaman Bloody
continue to
3.
rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier,
So
that
how
the
does that work?
negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they
Wasn't
wanted
it
to do.
Aquaman 2?
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I step down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate it, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, okay, guys. Well, you can look on YouTube, Lion Crime channel. I have to get ready because I have to work in a little bit. So I will leave you for now. I will be back tomorrow. For me, evening. For you, probably. Well, if you're in the United States at 9 a.m. a little bit earlier, and then we're going to do tomorrow's trial as well. Okay, I hope you all have a good evening, and I hope to see you tomorrow.